Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates a new story of a crime he alone unraveled. And then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Miss Ann Corio, glamorous screen and stage star, and Mr. Alfred D. McKelvey, prominent Eastern manufacturer. Miss Corio and Mr. McKelvey have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's story concerns the adventures Nicky and I had when a stool pigeon gave us incriminating evidence against Musso the Moose. I call it The Adventure of the Singing Rat.
Inspector, look who's paying a visit to headquarters. The Singing Rat.
The Singing Rat? Ah, come in, Billy. Always glad to see the rat.
Enter, Sir Rodent.
Yes, Sarge, yeah. Really, shut that door and keep it shut.
Right.
What's your song today, Rat?
Listen, Inspector, I got something big, see? And nobody can hear me, huh?
The rat's a little shaky, Inspector. He's got something for us on Musso.
On Musa. What is it, Rat? Sing.
Listen, Inspector Queen, I can tell you how to get the moose. But good, see?
Muso the Moose. Well.
But you gotta give me protection, Inspector. Put me in stir until this blows over.
Come on, Rat. What do you got?
Tonight, see? 12 sharp. The moose will be in a parked car at the northwest corner of Broadway and Vesey Street. All you gotta do, Inspector, is to hook what he's got in the upper right-hand pocket of his vest. I'll show that dirty
Billy,
me around, huh?
put the Singing Rat in the cell. Book him on some charge. Make it look legitimate.
Suspicion of petty larceny, and that's no lie. Orders, Inspector?
3 men. Here at 11:30. Absolute secrecy. There mustn't be a leak. Maybe what's in that mobster's vest pocket is the evidence I've been looking for 5 years.
Why don't he show up, Moose? I don't like sitting in this parked car.
You be like me, Cockeye. Big businessman. Soft, nice, easy, relax.
Yeah, Moose, yeah. But why do we gotta meet his nibs on street corners? We're wide open, Moose.
Cockeye, you don't understand. That's the way you're a punk, and I'm a Moose the Moose. He's important man. Sure, I can make him come up to the apartment like last week, but he's taking a chance. If somebody sees him...
Hey, Moose, that black sedan. It's the cops.
Cops, now keep your pants on, Cockeye.
You must in that car. Sit still.
Cockeye, no. Don't start nothing.
I got him covered, Sergeant.
Flint, flash the light on him. All right, step out, Moose. You too, Mug. Reach for a rod, and you'll be angel food before you hit the sidewalk. Come on.
Hello, Sergeant. You in the store about something. Sure, we come out.
Good evening, Muso.
Oh, he's my old friend, Inspector Queen.
Neither of them's healed, Inspector.
Inspector, every time you pull in the moose, you gotta let me go again. And you know getting tired.
Hold your arm tight, Moose. Stand still and you won't be hurt. Flint, screw that submachine gun to his back so he won't get ambitious.
Hey, do you nuts, Inspector? What's the idea?
All right, Billy, put your hand in the upper right pocket of his vest and take out whatever's in there.
My vest. You don't do that. I want my mouthpiece.
All right. Take your hand out of my vest. Let me go. See? Nice, Moosey. There.
Somebody sees a squeal. I find out who. He's a dead man. I kill him. I kill him.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more, but first, Ernest Chappell.
Friends, you like to save money, don't you? And you like fast relief from a common sick headache? Of course. But what's saving money got to do with that? Plenty, so listen closely. Right now at your drugstore, you can get the large 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer for only 39 cents. Now, any way you figure it, that's a saving of 20% or more. And talk about quick, effective relief. But I'll let Mr. Howard B. Abel of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, tell you about that. He writes,
Whenever I get a common sick headache, I always take Bromo Seltzer, because I found out many years ago that there's just nothing better. Recently, I won my wife over to Bromo Seltzer, too. One day, she had a common sick headache, and the preparation she usually took just didn't seem to help her. I persuaded her to let me fix her a Bromo Seltzer. Well, she was delighted at how quickly she got relief. You can be sure there's always a bottle of Bromo Seltzer in our home.
Millions of folks feel just as you do, Mr. Abel. Which reminds me, you old users of Bromo Seltzer will want to get in on this wonderful special, too, but you must hurry. This offer is strictly limited, both as to time and quantity. So tomorrow, go to your druggist. Ask him for the regular, large, 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer. But pay him only 39 cents. Better still, get 2 bottles. One for your desk or locker, one for home use. And now let's join Ellery Queen and Nicky Porter as they visit Inspector Queen at headquarters the morning after the capture of Musso the racketeer.
What's up, Dad? Why the hurry call?
Oh, Ellery. I didn't want you. I wanted Nicky.
Oh, I see.
Me, Inspector? This is so sudden.
Would you act as my stenographer this morning, Nicky? My own man's homesick, and this is very confidential. Musso case.
Give me a pad and a couple of pencils, Inspector, and I'll be silent Susan herself.
Dad, don't tell me you finally tied the moose up to the bankruptcy racket.
I sure have.
What on earth is the bankruptcy racket, Ellery?
A cute little dodge to defraud unlucky business people. A firm goes into bankruptcy. A crooked judge appoints some politician as receiver. A crooked appraiser undervalues the property magnificently. It goes for a song. And everyone involved in the racket, except the bankrupt and his creditors, makes a heap of crooked money.
We've known about this ring for a long time, Nicky. Judge Lamson appoints the receiver, Phil Boyne. Boyne's a slick politician. Little lisping jerk by the name of Paul Ernie. He's the crooked appraiser. And a woman lawyer, Fanny Wicker, handles the legal end. All on the moose's payroll. But we've never been able to prove it.
I see.
And here comes Reilly now with a singing rat. Come in. The rat gets yourself.
Right this way, Brother Rat.
Inspector, Musso's out on bail.
Keep your shirt on, Rat. We couldn't keep him in a cell indefinitely at this early stage.
But he knows I was made at sang, I tell you. He'll get me.
He'll get nobody. Really show those 4 good citizens into my office.
Yes, sir. I've been waiting for this a long, long time. In there, folks. Guard. Quicker.
Rat, get over there near the window and lie low.
Come right in.
Yeah, okay.
Ah, Judge Lamson. Come in, Miss Wicker. Mr. Boyne. Mr. Ernie. Really shut that door and see we're not interrupted.
Oh, yes, sir.
Inspector Queen, what's the meaning of this high-handed procedure? Hailing a member of the bench to your office like a felon.
I'll explain in a moment, Your Honor. Miss Wicker, I believe we had the pleasure yesterday when you showed up in court with $50,000 for Musso's bail.
Come on, Inspector. What have you got? You didn't ask me to your office today to admire my new shade of lipstick.
What a horsey woman.
Quiet, Nicky. Notes.
And Phil Boyne. Yeah, I don't see you down here very often.
Well, I always say stay away from wine, women, and police headquarters if you want to keep out of trouble, eh, Inspector?
Yeah. Mr. Ernie. Man, is something wrong? You look sick. The appraisal racket good, Ernie?
No complaint, Inspector. In fact, today is my busy day.
Maybe a lot busier before sundown, Mr. Ernie. Now, last night I arrested Musso the racketeer. In his vest pocket, I found a case full of cigarettes.
Cigarettes?
Yes, cigarettes. The Moose folks a special brand. They bear his monogram in gold leaf. Very swanky. The Moose head. One of the monogram cigarettes in the Moose's case. In fact, this one on my desk here.
Yes?
Yes, Judge, here. See it?
Yes, sir. That's it.
That one's a very special cigarette. Not like the others in Musso's case.
Looks like one of Musso's regular cigarettes to me.
Does it, Counselor? Ellery, hand me that cigarette.
Here you are, Dad. What is this, Mr. Barnum?
Greatest show on earth, son. Now, this cigarette looks like an ordinary Musso cigarette, but it isn't. Its ends are plugged with little wads of tobacco, which are removable. See? In other words, it's hollow. Contains something. I wonder what it can be. Well.
Ellery, what's that piece of paper tightly rolled up?
A document of some sort, Nicky.
This document in Musso's handwriting is a payroll report.
What?
Quote, Paid to Judge Eustace F. Lamson $19,000 for appointing Phil Boyne receiver in bankruptcy. And it's got your signature, Judge Lamson, in receipt of that
It's a
price.
forgery. An attempt to blacken my good name. I don't even know Musso.
Inspector, I seen the judge go up to the Moose's apartment only last week.
So that's why this notorious thief and police informer is in your office, Inspector.
It was the rat. He's the one who sang. Inspector, let's talk this over. I've got some influence, you know.
Have you, Boyne? You're going to need it.
Let's cut the salami. What else have you got, Inspector Queen?
Your signature and receipt, Miss Wicker. Phil Boyne's and Ernie's.
Let's see that paper.
Oh, no, Judge. You'd like to get your hands on this little piece of paper, wouldn't you? Itchy fingers, Counselor? Miss Ernie? Mr. Boyne? Yeah. We'll just remove temptation. Roll the paper up again. Tuck it back into this hollow cigarette. Like this. Put back the false tobacco plugs, and we've got the evidence all ready for the district attorney.
Well, I don't admit a thing.
I've been in politics a long time, Inspector, and I've seen a lot of wise cops come and go.
Prove it. Take it through the court.
What do you intend to do, Inspector?
I want Musso. The DA will go easy on any one of you who gives evidence to break Musso's power and put him out of circulation. It's up to you four.
Ellery, what's the matter with the singing rat?
He's backing away from the window.
Hey,
What's the matter?
guy in that building across the street's aiming a rifle at me. Through the window. He's going to shoot. Hey, Boyne, save me. Don't grab me, you rat. Ow, ow, ow.
Billy, that building opposite, man with a rifle.
Clint, Biggin, grab that sniper.
Who got it?
Mr. Boyne, Sergeant. He's hurt.
Let me through here, please.
Phil Boyne.
I couldn't help it. I see the rifle. I duck. I grabs Brian so he couldn't start on me. It must have been the moose. He's trying to kill me for squealing.
Murder attempt in my office.
Boyne, where were you
I
hit?
don't know. I call an ambulance. When you call a doctor, I'm shot. I'm saying I'm shot.
Lie still, Boyne. Where does it hurt?
Here's the bullet hole in his coat pad, but I don't see...
I think I'm going to
Is he
die.
hurt badly, Ellery?
Can't find the wound, Nicky. Not a sign of blood. Now, stop crying, Boyne. What are you crying for? Plain funk, Dad. Nervous shock.
Listen, Boyne. You're all right. You're not hurt. Not even a scratch.
Thank goodness.
But the bullet went right through his coat, Master.
Through his coat, Sergeant, through this cigarette case in his breast pocket, and smack up against this steel vest he's wearing.
What?
A steel vest, son.
Yes, Dad, see? Here's the vest, and here's the flattened slug. All he got was a chest bruise. Now get up, Boyne. Stop acting like a baby.
Ooh, I'm shaking like a custard pudding.
Look at the rat, Miss Pointer. If he was milk, he'd be butter.
Give me a butt, somebody. Give me a butt, will you?
Here you are, Mr. Rat.
Me too, Queen. Thanks. I can use one.
I guess we all can, Counselor. Mr. Boyne?
No, I don't want any.
I'll have one of those cigarettes, Mr. Queen.
Of course, Judge. Mr. Ernie?
Thanks.
Dad? Nicky?
But yes.
Thanks, son. Now let's get back to cases. Are you good citizens going to testify against Musso or aren't you? Miss Wicker.
I can't think straight now, Inspector. Give us a little time.
Time, Counselor. Sir, I can give you my answer now.
Judge, don't be hasty. Let's talk this over.
Okay. I'll give you people just 2 days to make up your minds. No longer. All right, Billy. Let him go.
This way out, Your Honor. Come on.
Billy, any report on that building across the street?
No luck, Inspector. By the time the boys got there, the guy that fired the rifle had taken the powder.
I'll never hear the end of this.
Dad, the singing rat.
He's gone.
Huh?
Billy, where'd the rat go?
I don't know, Inspector. I didn't see him.
I guess Brother Rat decides police headquarters isn't as safe as he'd figured.
Fool, now Musso will get him sure.
I advise you to be very careful about this evidence on your desk. Put this fake cigarette in a safe place.
Don't worry, son. I'm putting the Moose's monogram butt with that payroll report inside in the thickest vault at headquarters.
You better do it now, Dad. There are 5 desperate people. Judge Lamson, Attorney Wicker, Appraiser Ernie, Politician Boyne, and Musso himself, who will stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Seems to me we practically live at police headquarters these days, Ellery. What's the occasion for this visit to the inspector's office?
Don't you remember, Nicky? The deadline Dad gave Musso's 4 distinguished co-workers is up this afternoon.
Well, why should that make you look droopy? This isn't your case. Anyway, even if it were, there's no mystery about it.
I know. Just the same, Nicky, there's something wrong. It's been bothering me for days. Can't put my finger on it.
You and your imagination. Here's the inspector's office.
Isn't Billy there either? Well, find him, blast it. Oh, Ellery, Nicky.
Anything new on the Moose case, Inspector?
Have you heard from Judge Lamson yet or the others, Dad?
Ought to hear any minute now. He'll only agree to testify against that slippery mobster. Yes?
Fanny Wicker's here, Inspector.
Who's his mouthpiece? Send the counselor in. Something tells me this is good news. Ah, Miss Wicker. Well, has that smart legal brain of yours looked over all the angles of the corner you people are in?
You win, Inspector.
Ah.
We'll cooperate with the DA, give what evidence we can against Musso, provided we're protected and the DA makes the deal.
That's very smart.
Look at the inspector's face, Ellery. He looks positively blissful.
There's something wrong, Nicky. Something wrong.
Oh, glad you see it that way, Miss Wicker. You're here as spokesman for the whole group?
All except Judge Lamson. His Honor is going to fight, Inspector.
That's the worst decision His Honor ever made. Well. So the Moose is going down for the count at last. Out on bail, is he? Not for long. Excuse me. Yes?
Inspector, Wheeling.
Really, I've been combing the city for you. Where are you?
Central Park. Listen, Inspector.
Central Park. What are you doing in Central Park? Sharing nuts with the
Now,
squirrels?
listen, Inspector. It's about the Moose.
The Moose? What's about the Moose?
A park cop just found him under a bush with a bullet in his brain.
Look at that crowd of reporters, Ellery.
What, Nicky?
Ellery Queen, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, Nicky, nothing. It's just that I can't get it out of my mind.
Just what out of your mind? Oh, your imagination again. Meanwhile, that racketeer is lying here in the park murdered.
Yes. Oh, Dad. Well?
Moose got it in the brain, Ellery. We've rounded up his gang, but they're deaf, dumb, and blind.
What was Musso doing in Central Park, I wonder?
Obviously, Nicky, he had an appointment with his murderer. You see here? Body's lying behind a bush in this clump of trees, and no signs of its being dragged. They were arguing here. Oh, Sergeant, did you find the gun?
Yeah, Maestro. It's the Moose's own rod. One chamber's empty.
They struggled over Moose's gun, Ellery, and the other gentleman won.
He's no gentleman.
Dad, how long's the Moose been lying here dead?
Doc Prouty says he was bumped off sometime today.
He didn't die right away, so Doc says there's no telling exactly how long he lingered.
Could have been murdered any time this morning or early afternoon. Rat it. Have to check alibis.
Dad, look at this.
What, son?
I just found it under the body. This hollow cigarette with the Moose monogram on it.
A hollow one? Like the one we got at headquarters?
Isn't there anything in it, Ellery?
No, it's empty. Dad, are you sure the cigarette with the document is safe at Center Street? This looks like the identical casing.
It can't be, Ellery. I locked the evidence up myself.
Just the same, Dad. Let's go back to headquarters and check up. Hurry, Dad. Hurry.
I suppose Musso could have had two.
There. Didn't I tell you, Ellery? Here's the Moose's dummy cigarette, just as I left it in the safe.
Let's see it, Dad. Dad, this isn't a dummy.
It's a real cigarette?
Tobacco, clear through.
My evidence. But I locked the dummy monogram cigarette in my safe 2 days ago, son.
You only thought it was the dummy, Dad. The switch must have been made before you locked this cigarette in your safe.
One of those crooks substituted a real Moose cigarette for the hollow one in your office 2 days ago, Inspector.
Exactly, Dad. After showing the document to those people in your office, you replaced it in the hollow dummy and put the dummy on your desk. Remember?
Oh, yes.
They all kept wandering around the office.
Yes. Would have taken only a second to make the switch of cigarettes. Say, I know when the switch was made. When the rat screamed that somebody was going to shoot him.
Right, Dad. And one of them came prepared to make the exchange.
But which one?
They all had cigarettes with them, Sergeant. The judge smoked incessantly. So did Miss Wicker, Mr. Ernie. We know Boyne had cigarettes. His cigarette case was pierced by that rifle bullet.
So any of them could have made the switch 2 days ago.
But how did the stolen one get under Musso's body in Central Park, Ellery?
The thief must have brought it with him today to his appointment with his victim.
Sure.
Well, I don't understand why he knocked the Moose off, Maestro.
It's not hard to reconstruct, Sergeant. The thief, in possession of the vital evidence, wanted money from Musso. Money in return for not handing that evidence back to the police.
Probably intended to milk them all dry, one after the other, and started with the racketeer.
Yeah, and then figured he'd destroy the evidence.
All right. So whoever stole that dummy cigarette in my office the other day is the killer of Musso.
But who?
Looks like a tough one to me, Ellery.
Tough? I don't think so, Dad.
Now, Ellery, don't tell me you know...
Yes, Nicky. I know who stole the dummy cigarette and murdered the moose. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery, and I hope a solution as well. Nicky, will you be good enough to introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Ann Corio, glamorous stage and screen star who is currently making a record-breaking tour of vaudeville theaters from coast to coast. Miss Corio returns to Hollywood soon for her next film, Sarong Girl. Our second guest is Alfred D. McKelvey, prominent Eastern manufacturer and amateur radio detective. You know, Ellery, Mr. McKelvey's hobby is beating fictional radio detectives to the solution, so you'd better watch out. All right, Ellery?
Thank you, Nicky. Miss Corio, who is the criminal?
Well, rather difficult, but I think the rat stole the cigarette that he has been living in terror of Musso, and he did it to bribe him.
Have you any clues?
No, except that when the gun was shut off, he seemed to know just what was happening, and he made quite sure that the bullet hit Byrne and not himself. And I think that was all set up so that he could switch the cigarette.
Thank you, Miss Corio. Mr. McKelvey, who do you think is the criminal?
Well, I've missed some easier guesses than this, so I'll probably miss this. But I guess that Phil Barn did it because of the fact that he showed up in the office opposite the sharpshooter with a vest on so that if there was any poor shooting, he was one fellow that wasn't going to be hit. He also happened to have a cigarette case in his pocket, so he could have been the man to make the exchange in the park. And being a politician, he probably knew his way out in the final analysis.
Well, thank you, Miss Corio, Mr. McKelvey. You'll know in just a moment how successful you were as armchair detectives. But first, here's Ernest Chappell, a very reasonable man indeed.
Certainly I'm reasonable, Ellery. For instance, when I tell you folks to get 2 bottles of Bromo Seltzer, one to keep at home, the other where you work, I have 2 mighty good reasons. Firstly, you never know when a common sick headache will affect you, but you can depend on Bromo Seltzer to help you feel better fast. For Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. Acts on head, nerves, and stomach. You get effective relief. Quickly feel more like your old self again. Reason number 2 for buying 2 bottles? Right now, there's a wonderful special on Bromo Seltzer. The regular large 60-cent size bottle for only 39 cents. Now that means you save 20% or more. But remember, this offer is strictly limited, both to time and quantity. So act at once.
Well, tell us, son. Was it Judge Lamson?
Or that mouthpiece and skirts, Fanny Wicker?
That lisping little appraiser, Ernest.
No. The thief of the evidence, and therefore the killer of Musso, was Phil Boyne.
Boyne? That politician?
The one that got hit by the rifle bullet by mistake?
But how do you know it was Boyne, Ellery?
The clue in this case is psychological, but it's as incontestable as a fingerprint. Consider the situation in your office, Dad, 2 days ago. Musso, or one of his henchmen, in trying to kill the singing rat, fired a shot that struck Phil Boyne by mistake. How did Boyne react?
Like an old lady. Got her start.
Yes. Boyne was so shocked by his narrow escape from death, so unnerved, that he blubbered like a scared child. Yet when, at the height of excitement, I offered him a cigarette, he refused it.
That's right. He did.
The judge, the rat, Consular Wicker, Ernie, even you, Dad, and Nicky, were all so shaken by the murderous attack that you gratefully accepted a cigarette to soothe your nerves. Yet Boyne, the man most immediately involved, the man who had actually been struck by the bullet, although unhurt, the man who threw a fit of hysterics, Boyne refused to smoke. Conclusion? Phil Boyne is not a smoking man. Phil Boyne doesn't smoke at all. If he were a smoker, even a light smoker, he would have grabbed at a cigarette in his condition.
But, Ellery, if Boyne isn't a smoker, why does he carry a cigarette case around with him? He did that day. You said yourself it was pierced by the rifle bullet.
Yes, Nicky. Why did Boyne, a non-smoker, carry a cigarette case? Since it wasn't because he smoked, then that case and the cigarettes in it must have served an entirely different purpose.
I see it now, son.
Yes, Dad. We know one of Musso's specially monogrammed cigarettes was substituted for the hollow one with the evidence in it. Therefore, the thief must have come to your office with a cigarette he'd stolen from Musso in advance. In other words, the thief came prepared to make a switch of cigarettes if the opportunity arose. And which of the four suspects did come prepared? Obviously, the man who carried a cigarette case but didn't smoke. Dad, if you'll nab Phil Boyne right away, there's a good chance he still has that document with its precious evidence on him. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Ann Corio and Mr. Alfred McKelvey for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. And we have for both Miss Corio and Mr. McKelvey a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer. Also, an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, Sporting Blood, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
Ellery, I'm a man who comes to the point.
Chappie, so am I. I know what that point you're going to make, and my answer is you'll have to wait a minute to hear what next week's story is about.
Well, it so happens that I can fill that minute with some mighty important information. You can take it straight from our educated Bromo Seltzer trained friends. The time to try Bromo Seltzer is right now. Listen.
Save money. Buy now. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Yes, buy Bromo Seltzer now, and you'll save money. 20% or more. For right now, your druggist is offering the large 60-cent size bottle of Bromo Seltzer for only 39 cents. This offer is good for a limited time only, so act at once. Remember, Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. These 3 ways.
Quick relief from headache pain. Fast help for jumpy nerves. Quick help for upset stomach.
So don't be satisfied with anything that does less for you than Bromo Seltzer. Use it only as directed on the label. For frequent or persistent headache, see your doctor. For quick, effective relief from common sick headache, get tried and true Bromo Seltzer. And be sure to ask for the large 60-cent size bottle, now selling at the special low price of only 39 cents.
Save money. Buy now. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
All right, Sherlock Holmes, come on. What's on tap for next week?
Funny you should call me that, Chappie.
How so?
Well, because next week I'm going to tell about a case I had which will remind you of one that baffled the great Sherlock himself. It's about a man who goes into his house for an umbrella and disappears. I call my case The Adventure of Mr. Short and Mr. Long. Be sure to listen next Thursday at this same time.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop travels to Bowling Field in Washington. Fox Johnson and Warren Hull will interview men of our Army Air Force. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for The Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend the steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Hey, gang, here's a story for you that's so thrilling, I'll bet you'll be telling all your friends about it. It's about one of the adventures of one of the smallest Marines in the service. They call him Half-Pint in the Marines. You see, Half-Pint is only 5 feet 7 inches tall, and he weighs about 150 pounds. But, fellas, it isn't size that counts in this man's army, it's strength. This Half-Pint was strong as a bearcat, and in A1 condition. One rainy day in the jungles of Guadalcanal, he volunteered for patrol duty to catch some Japs, and they put him in charge of the group. It was raining cats and dogs that morning.
Okay, fellas, you checked your equipment? All right, now, listen. 3 Japs are reported within sniping range. We've got to go and get them. Come on, let's go.
Hey, Footprints and plenty of them. Looks like about 8 Japs. Expect they're in that village over there.
Quiet, they'll hear us. Now, let's amble around the village and find out where those Japs are and let them have it. Come on, gang. We've got to crawl through the bush. They're in that hut over there. Listen. Everybody set? Let's go!
And the Marines did it again. Half-Pint and his patrol wiped out that Jap nest, which just goes to show, fellas, that you don't have to be big to be tough. And that brings up a point I want to make. You can't expect to be sturdy and strong unless you eat right, which includes getting all your vitamins. And today, hundreds of fellas and girls are starting to get 2 very important vitamins, B1 and D, by sitting down to a swell big bowl of delicious Kellogg's Pep for breakfast. Have you tasted those crunchy nut sweet flakes yet? Well, believe me, you'll certainly go for the real hearty flavor of crisp, delicious Pep. So ask your mother to get you a package of swell-tasting Kellogg's Pep tomorrow. And make Kellogg's Pep your special breakfast cereal.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Editor Perry White went out to the Metropolis aircraft plant to witness a test of an amazing robot pilot, a mechanical man designed by Dr. Liveright. They found the mechanical man to be almost human, equipped with eyes, ears, and even a brain. Responding to the orders of Dr. Liveright, the mechanical man took off alone in a single-seat open cockpit plane and disappeared into the sky. 20 minutes later, the plane came down with a screaming dive and crashed on the field. When the wreckage was examined, the cockpit was found to be empty. The Tin Man had vanished. Later, while an investigation of the mysterious occurrence was being conducted, Lois accepted an invitation to view the aircraft plant with Professor Jorgensen, a scientist employed there. As our last episode ended, Professor Jorgensen was showing Lois the huge wind tunnel in which new plane models are tested when... But wait. Listen.
Professor, that fan is starting up.
Yes, I see. We've got to get out of here quickly. Come on.
Yes, Professor, I can't move forward. I'm being dragged back toward the fan.
Great heavens, so am I. The fan is spinning in reverse. It's the suction I spoke of.
What do we do? It's pulling me back.
Fall down, quickly.
Yes, but I'm still being pulled backwards.
Those steel hooks in the floor. That's where the planes are anchored. Grab hold of one. Grab hold. Hold on, Miss Lane. Hold on if you value your life.
The suction is getting more and more powerful. I don't know how long I can hold on.
You've got to hold on. We've both got to. If we don't, we'll be stuck. If we don't, we'll be stuck. If we don't, we'll be stuck.
I don't know how long I can hold on.
You've got to hold on. We've both got to. If we don't, we'll be sucked back into the whirling blaze of that fan.
Oh, this is horrible. I can't stand much more of it. If only Superman were here. But he's not. He's not.
Meanwhile, at the very moment that Lois is wishing Superman was present in the guise of Clark Kent, he is talking with one of the machinists in the aircraft plant's machine shop.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Kent. You want to know if I believe the mechanical pilot, the Tin Man, is actually possible, is that it?
Yes, you worked on it. You helped construct it. I thought perhaps you could tell me a little something about it.
I'm afraid not, Sep. That is not any more than you already know. You see, us workmen just built the mechanical body.
Yes, I know. Tell me, did you ever see this so-called brain that Dr. Liveright guards so carefully?
Well, just once, that's all. I went into his cottage one day to get a blueprint I needed, and he was working on the brain then. I didn't see much, though, just a mass of wires, switches, that sort of thing. And that's funny.
What? What's funny?
Through the window there, look. The red light is on outside the wind tunnel.
And what's so funny about that?
Just that I happen to know we ain't testing nothing over there today. That red light means the wind machine is working for everybody to keep out. Yeah. And I was sure I saw Professor Jorgensen and Miss, what's her name, a reporter girl?
Lane.
That's right. I thought I saw them going there 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Maybe you did.
I think I better go over and have a look. Nobody's supposed to be fooling around in there without permission, you know. Not even Professor Jorgensen's supposed to turn that fan on. It's too dangerous. Hey, excuse me.
That's quite all right. Heck, I'm glad you left. Something tells me this may be a job
For Superman. Out of these clothes. Yeah, so. and out through this door. Now, up, and away! Here's the door to the wind tunnel. I'd better go in. Great Scott. Lois and Professor Jorgensen inside the tunnel hanging on for their lives. Hold on, I'm coming. Better get up into the tunnel first. There we are. Oh, the structure's terrific. Hold on till I get to you. For heaven's sake, don't let go.
Can you make it?
Got to hold back with all my might against this terrible suction. Wait a minute. There, Miss Lane, I've got you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, she's fainted. You got here just in time. Now you, Professor.
It doesn't matter. I think I'm finished.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got you. There. Now, out. There. Lois is out cold. Well, better leave her that way. But the professor... It's been a great strain for a man his age. He's in pretty bad shape.
Hey, you. Stay where you are. What's going on there?
My machinist friend. I'd better be on my way. I'll just leave these two here. He'll see that Jorgensen gets medical attention. Now, up, and away!
A short time later, after the excitement of Lois's narrow escape has died down, she is sitting in the office of Yates Peterson, president of the Metropolis Aircraft Plant, discussing the incident with Peterson and Clark Kent. Listen.
The most surprising thing I've ever heard of, your being saved like that by Superman. I never really believed Superman existed until today. But then some very strange things have been happening around here. I'm still trying to figure out where that Tin Man disappeared to.
I don't think you'll ever find the answer to that, Mr. Peterson.
I'm afraid you're right, Miss Lane.
Too bad about Professor Jorgensen. He's a nice old man and a brilliant scientist, I understand.
Yes, I'd give a good deal to know who turned on that fan by accident.
That was no accident, Mr. Peterson.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't see how you can believe it was after what Miss Lane has told us.
You mean about the plane that almost ran her and Jorgensen down?
Yes. That and the incident in the wind tunnel. We tried to find the man who was piloting that plane, and I understand he's left the premises. Matter of fact, he turns out to have been a pretty shady character.
That's true. He wasn't living where he said he was, and no one knew him at that address.
And that wind tunnel business. Whoever turned on that fan turned it on deliberately. I'm sure of that.
But why?
I'm not sure myself, but I've got a hunch it's got something to do with Dr. Liverite's Tin Man.
Oh, Mr. Kent, you can't be serious.
I certainly am.
But that sounds ridiculous. Excuse me.
Sure.
Hello? Yes, this is Peterson. Oh, yes, Doctor. What's that? Why, that's simply wonderful. How in the world did you do it? And so quickly? Why, that's wonderful. Well, how soon do you think you can have it finished? I see. Excellent, Doctor, excellent. We'll arrange for the trial late tomorrow afternoon. Fine. Yes, right. Goodbye. That was Dr. Liverite. He tells me that by rare good fortune, he's remembered almost the entire formula for the Tin Man's brain.
Say, that is quick work. Is he putting the brain together now?
Yes, he says he's going to get to work on it at once and promises to have it ready by tomorrow afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
His staff are also working on the metal body, and we should be ready for another test late in the afternoon, tomorrow.
Isn't that kind of fast?
Why, no, certainly not. We're anxious to prove or disprove the mechanical man's usefulness as quickly as possible, that's all. Oh, wait, excuse me. I'll be back in a minute. Some arrangements I must make for the test tomorrow.
All right.
What's the matter, Clark? You look a little suspicious.
Well, I am suspicious, though I don't really know why. You know, I don't like half the things that are going on around here, Lois. Take this latest development, for instance.
You mean Dr. Liverite remembering almost the entire formula for the mechanical brain?
Yes. Now, that just doesn't make sense to me.
I know, that occurred to me, too. But it's perfectly possible that a man who has invented something should remember what it was he invented.
Oh, yes, but what's the hurry about testing the thing? Peterson plans to test the second Tin Man tomorrow afternoon. Why so quickly? You know, scientists are usually very careful men who test everything carefully before giving it the supreme test. But now here these two are going to test...
Well, that's taken care of. By the way, you two will come out tomorrow afternoon for the test?
Oh, I'd certainly like to be there.
Yes, so would I. More ways than one.
What was that, Clark?
Nothing at all.
Well, fine. Show up here tomorrow about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And if Dr. Liverite is successful in completing his second Tin Man, we'll have another test. It'll make quite a scoop for the Daily Planet.
Yes, it will indeed. Well, many thanks, Mr. Peterson. Come on, Lois.
Right with you. Come on now, Clark. What are you holding back for?
Oh, I just feel like walking slowly.
Yes, of course he wants to walk slowly, for his keen ears are listening to what is going on in Peterson's office. He has heard Peterson pick up the telephone and ask for Dr. Liveright.
Give me Dr. Liveright.
Come on, Clark, for heaven's sake.
Wait a minute, Lois, while I tie my shoestring.
Kneeling down, pretending to tighten his shoelace, Kent listens.
Hello, Liveright. This is Peterson. Listen, that reporter Kent and the girl, Lois Lane, are getting suspicious. What do you think we ought to do? No, I'm not getting nervous, but... all right. Okay, just as you say. But if they get any nosier, we have to do something about them and do it quick. Right. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Clark, haven't you finished tying that shoelace yet?
Yes. Just finished, Lois. Let's go.
Well, this is a strange turn of events that begins to shed light on the mystery of the Tin Man. In just a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Superman. But right now, here is another important message.
Say, gang, isn't it a fact that when you get something extra good to eat at breakfast, it kind of gives you a lift for the rest of the day? I know, it sure does for me. And that's why I want to tell you all about that super delicious cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Because those crisp, golden flakes taste so doggone good that you just can't afford to pass them up. Yes, sir, there's nothing like a big bowl full of crisp, delicious Kellogg's Pep when it comes to downright good eating. What's more, Kellogg's Pep is good for you as well as good to eat. So start right now making delicious Kellogg's Pep part of your regular breakfast, huh? Ask your mother to get you a package of Kellogg's Pep when she's at the store tomorrow. And join the Pep parade right away. Remember, Pep. Get in step. Make your cereal Kellogg's Pep.
And now back to Superman. Unknown to Lois, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, has overheard a most revealing conversation between Yates Peterson, president of Metropolis Aircraft, and Dr. Liveright, inventor of the Tin Man. What are these two men up to? Can they have had something to do with the disappearance of the first Tin Man, and with what happened to Lois and Professor Jorgensen? Superman is determined to get at the bottom of this mystery, so don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode. And listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Sorry now. Sorry now, whose poor heart's aching for breaking each vow, who's sad and blue, who's crying too, just like I cried over you. Right to the end, just like a friend, I tried to warn you somehow. You had your way, now you must pay. I'm glad that you're sorry now. so glad that you're sorry now. Welcome to my dream. And how are you? Will you be here long, or just passing through? Brush off that stardust. Where have you been? Don't tell me your rainbow was late getting in. Welcome to my dream. It now seems real. You're what it needed to make it ideal. So glad you got here. I hope you can stay. But welcome to my dream anyway. Welcome to my dream. It now seems real. You're what it needed to make it ideal. So glad you got here. I hope you can stay. But welcome to my dream getting the top hand. All you have to do is just stop and pass that peace pipe and bury that hatchet like the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Chattahoochees, Chippewas do. If you're feeling mad as a wet hen, mad as you can possibly get, then pass that peace pipe and bury that tomahawk like those Chechemex, Cherokees, Chapultepec too. Pull that reflex, try to use a little restraint. Pull that Kleenex and wipe wipe off all that war paint. If you find yourself in a fury, be your own judge and your own jury. Pass that peace pipe and bury that hatchet like the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Chattahoochees, Chippewas do. Hover out west too, you will soon discover it's best to pass that peace pipe and bury that hatchet like the Cho-Chos, Changos, Chattanoogas, Chicharros do. Even in colonial days you knew the ceremonial ways to pass that peace pipe and bury that tomahawk like those Chicoutamis, Chepachets, and Chickapees too. In, try to use a little control. When all clears in, you'll be top man on a totem pole. But if you wanna be an alright guy, not a long-faced blues in the night guy, write that apology and dispatch it. When you've quarreled, it's grand to patch it. Pass that peace pipe and bury that hatchet like the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Chattahoochees, Chippewas, and those Chichemex, Cherokees, Chapultepec, those Chicoutamis, Chepachets, Chickapees, Cho-Chos, Changos, Chattanoogas, Chicharros. An apple pan, Dottie makes your eyes light up. Your Tommy say howdy, shoe fly pie. An apple pan, Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Shoe fly pie. An apple pan, Dottie, makes the sun come out when heavens are cloudy. Shoe fly pie. An apple pan, Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Mama, when you bake, Mama, I don't want cake, Mama, for my sake. Go to the oven and make some ever-loving shoe fly pie. An apple pan, Dottie, makes your eyes light up. Your Tommy say howdy, shoe fly pie. An apple pan, Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. An apple pan, Dottie, makes the sun come out when heavens are cloudy. Shoe fly by. An apple pan, Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Mama, when you start to bake, I don't want no cake. Mama, Mama, for my sake, go to the oven and make some ever-loving shoe fly pie. An apple pan, Dottie, makes the sun come out when heavens are cloudy. Shoe fly pie. An apple pan, Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff.
Shoe fly pie. Apple pan, Dottie,
makes your eyes light up.
Light up, shoot, shoot, fly, fly, apple panda eat.
I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff.
Presenting America's favorite, the Blue Network Breakfast Club with Don McNeil.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Good morning to you. We got up bright and early just to howdy do you. The coffee's on, the table set, there's bacon in the skillet. And Harry Cogan and his boys have fumes to fill it. So come on, gang, and gather around. We'll start this meeting. Just line up here, I'll call your names and sing your greetings. Marion May, how do you do? And yours truly, who's glad to see you. And the Romeos, our guests today, let them in.
Breakfast Clubbers, wake up and smile. That baby got happy makes life worthwhile. Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers, good morning to you. We got up bright and early to howdy do you. Daddy, mother, sister, brother, Tom, away all care. America, arise. The Breakfast Club is on the air.
Good morning. Well, in case you were wondering what Everett Mitchell said back there, this is not Don McNeil. However, Don's train is in the station, and he's on the way here from the station. Be here in a minute, so we'll just kind of sit down and take it easy and listen to the Hey, Romeos, come on over here. I forgot. I thought Harry was going to do something. Here are the Romeos. No, suppose you kill about 3 minutes here, Sam, you and the fellas.
2:35.
2:35, while Don is getting here from the station, will you?
We're going to do Sugar Blues.
And then we'll have to take up collection to pay the cab fare, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
Thank you.
Sugar blues, everybody singing the sugar blues. The whole town is ringing, my lovin' gal, sweet as can be.
Oh, but the doggone fool turned sour on me.
So unhappy, feel so sad, I could lay me down and die. You can say what you choose, but I'm all confused. I got the sweet, sweet sugar blues, more sugar. Got the sweet, sweet sugar blues.
I think McNeil was pretty smart staying away, I'm telling you.
He's no fool. Isn't that a stupid way to make a living?
Oh, I'll agree
so
with
who's making one?
Yeah. I'll agree with you on that, Sam. I understand when I was away on my vacation, I keep looking around every minute expecting somebody to walk in that door back there, and I hope they do. I understand when I was on my vacation that Harry and the boys started a little extra feature around the Breakfast Club here. Harry, come over here a minute, would you? And tell me a little about this thing that I don't know anything about here.
Well, we've had some requests for polkas.
Yeah, well, I like it. I'll come over tonight and play a little if you want to.
No. This is a musical polka.
Oh, musical polka.
Yeah. And we're going to feature Jackie Cordero on the clarinet.
Oh, fine. What's it?
And the title is?
Oh, clarinet polka. That's what it is.
That's right.
Yeah, I like draw polka much better. Thank you, Harry. I'll take a full house with that every time. I was giving Sam a little massage there. There's a reason we didn't know about that. You know, Don's once in a great, about once every 2 or 3 times every year, Don brings his family down here and has a little talk with them. Now, he isn't here yet, and they came down to surprise him. So I'm just going to throw a real little surprise at him and get over here and talk to him, and then when he comes in, he won't know anything about it. So I'm going to go over and interview this fine family of Don's and have the pleasure of talking to him myself. And then when he comes in, why, he won't even get a chance to talk to him. Hi, Donnie.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
What'd you come down here for this morning?
Because Daddy just came back from his fishing trip.
He did. You think he maybe caught something?
Yeah.
You think so? You hope so, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's a mighty pretty shirt you got on there. You like it, too?
Yeah.
What color is it?
Blue.
Kind of tell folks what it looks like. It's a polka dot or something like that?
No.
Oh. Okay.
People with my family.
Oh, Sarah, what's going on here? Hello, Robert Patrick. How are you? Well, here, come on over and take over then. Here they are. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Jack.
Fine,
How are you? Fine. You're looking fine.
Thank you. So are you. Where?
Did you have a good fishing trip?
Oh, I sure did. How was your vacation?
Fine, swell.
Swell. Glad to see you. We'll
Fine.
talk it over later.
Well, look at the family.
This is your family.
You're telling
Mrs.
me.
McNeil, may I present Mr. McNeil?
Hello, Mr. McNeil.
How do you do,
Hi.
Mr.
Robert
McNeil?
Patrick.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
That's Tommy.
Hello, Tom. How are you, Tom?
Fine.
Hi, Don. How are you?
Fine.
This is
Glad
your
to see you.
sister sitting
Hi, Bobby.
over here.
Hi.
How are you? Hi,
This is your
sis.
sis.
Yeah, sure. I know the whole
There you
game.
are. I hope they all recognize you.
Wasn't
so
that nice
take
of
over.
them all to come down?
Oh, it's wonderful. Absolutely.
Wait a minute. What?
Welcome back, Daddy.
Well, thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. He's applauding like mad just to chip off the old block. He gets his applause by himself. He knows what his old man goes through. But Jack, it's...
We're down to here in the program.
Are you?
Yeah, right there.
Hello, Harry. Hello, people.
I'm afraid to ask this, but did you or didn't you?
Somebody gave me that broken down chair.
Welcome back.
Thank you. That's you, Sam. No doubt. Give me a broken down chair. What'd you say, Marion?
I say I'm afraid to ask this, but did you or didn't you?
Sure did.
You did?
Yeah.
Big ones?
Huh?
How many?
Oh, 40, 50, 60.
Oh, we're going to have big fish dinner, huh?
Yeah. Well, that is
This week?
40, 50. I say 40, 50, 60. Of course.
Here we go.
Some of them were a little small. We had to throw them back.
Oh.
Matter of fact, we did get 20, 30 dandies, so.
Did you?
Well, I say
Bring 'em
20,
home?
30. Of course, there are a lot of other fellas there that wanted to take fish, too. So I brought home 10, 20 dandies. So.
Oh.
That's
well,
unimportant.
10, 20, that's...
Well, of course,
that's
there were
good
3 of
enough.
us that came home together. I got...
You stopped on the way, I suppose. and-
I got a fish's head that's a dandy here. I want you to see it after the program, really.
In my solitude, you solitude. You taunt me with memories that never die. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love. I sit in my chair, I'm filled with despair. There's no one could be so sad. With gloom everywhere, I sit and I stare. I know that I'll soon go mad in my solitude. I'm praying, dear Lord above, send back my love.
Thank you very much, Marion. That was grand. Certainly nice to see all this fine gang back again after a couple days.
Say, Sam. Yeah. I'm awfully surprised to see Robert Patrick, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I could have swore Don took him along for bait.
Yeah, me too.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Well, make him quit picking on me, then.
Yeah.
He's always picking on me.
Isn't he a funny man, Bobby? Yeah. That's what I think,
He's
too.
tongue in his cheek, too.
Yeah.
See there?
Also some gum.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a silly man, isn't he? Yeah. Exactly the way we all feel about it.
He always picks on me.
Oh, boy. I'm glad we got in, but very little late this morning. They sure drive those trains fast nowadays. The fellow I was with this morning, Joe Hartenbar, who will be in here any minute now with the luggage and the fish, he tried to shave this morning.
He did?
A little later on, he's riding to Montgomery Ward for a new upper lip, and I hope he makes it, too. Boy, they really go, you know.
Don, you caught fish, you say?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not very important, you know.
No, I don't.
The main thing is, did you get any old rubber boots or rubber tires?
Yeah, that's us.
Oh, yeah.
Why, we saw an old rubber tire there, and you ought to see 6 boats almost turned over waiting to get to it first. Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah, those are very valuable.
I know they are.
Fillet, they're wonderful, you know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Fillet of boot is
Yeah,
very
oh,
good.
excellent. I always get a big boot out of it myself. Now we're ready for Harry Cogan and the boys, I think, to end this quarter. All right, Harry, and let me see where I am.
Morning breakfast clubbers, may we salute you. The second call to breakfast that plans to suit you.
We can get 'em up, we can get 'em up, we can get 'em up in the morning.
Second call to come to breakfast, everybody come to breakfast. Eat your meal with Don McNeil, who serves a smile for you.
Yes, sir, second call to come to breakfast, and that brings Jack Baker, who has been your very fine master of ceremonies, I have no doubt, for the last 3 days, to the fore. Jack, I'll be truthful with you. There on that river, I didn't listen to a radio or look at a newspaper. I haven't any idea what's going on.
You mean for 3 whole days?
Yeah.
Well, that's nothing. I didn't listen to you for 2 weeks when I was on vacation.
I think you got the better of the deal, you know?
No, I think, no fooling, I think that somebody should have introduced you and me instead of me introducing you to your family, because it's been, it's been exactly 3 weeks since I saw you, I think.
That is the longest we've been apart for a long time.
Yes, I know it is. But anyway, I was tickled to death to see you walk in because I really wore myself out on this vacation, and I came home to rest, and here I had to go right to work and do your job and mine, too.
I thought you'd like a good change. Where do you want to go, Bobby? Well, maybe you better not tell me.
Maybe you said where for me to go.
What are you going to sing, Jack? Jack sings The Way You Look Tonight. Here, Bobby, come on over. We'll talk to Mama.
Someday, when I'm all alone, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Oh, but you're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, bearing my fear apart, and that laugh that wrinkles your nose touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Just the way you look
Jack, that's swell, boy. You're right back in the old voice again, I see.
Thank you very much.
The way you look tonight. Last night we had an awful lot of fun on the train. We got a hold of, 6, 7. Turned out to be about 20.
How much did you win?
Just a minute.
20
boys from the Army.
Good hands you have?
Huh?
Good hands
We didn't play cards.
Oh.
We all sat around and talked and had a lot of fun. And it happened that a lot of these boys are breakfast clubbers. And this morning I woke up, and here they were right outside the berth with a mouth organ playing Good Morning Breakfast Clubbers. Good morning to you. So I had a little dose of that before I got down here this morning. Swell boys, too. Boys from New Jersey and Texas and Florida and Oklahoma. All over.
Oh, I really had some fun in those places.
Did you?
Yeah, over in New Jersey I had a lot of fun. And down in Texas, oh, man, did I have fun in Texas. Yeah, and down in Oklahoma. And
Don, how can
Where were you anyway?
Oh, I was just flitting around from one place to the other.
Every place but Gary.
Really? That's fine. I'm going to talk to some of the other breakfast clubbers who are here this morning and see what they have in their minds. Oh, first, though, however, we have to have something a little cultural on the program. I imagine you've been having that the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Not you, Sam.
We're both very glad to be here.
Yeah.
Sam and I.
Well, this happens to be opera that I have in mind. Today is opera morning. Oh, set it. This is the prelude to Act 1 from La Traviata by Verdi. And our maestro, the man with the dual personality, Harowitz Koganini 1 minute, Prince of Pep the next, he's chosen for our opera the prelude to Act 1 of La Traviata. Now, the story of this thing is very familiar.
Terry is doing a slow burn over there.
Is he?
I think he's mad, too.
Really? This is based on the play Camille. This tells a very sad story about a girl named Violetta who has more troubles than your rationing board. She finally goes into a decline. She fades away to a shadow and dies. Now, the first time that La Traviata was produced, the part of fragile little Violetta was played by a very big prima donna. And when this ample lady announced in a feeble voice that she was dying, the audience howled with laughter, and it broke up the show. She was a little too big for that. So great care has been taken every year since to get just a little tiny babe to do Violetta. I have a feeling that some breakfast clubbers who aren't exactly in the bantamweight class themselves may be yearning to act the part of delicate little Violetta. So today we're playing for all the kitchen Camilles who weigh in at 150 pounds or better, but hanker to languish a little bit. You just forget all about your round, rosy cheeks and pretend you're wasting away glamorously at about 90 pounds. You're reclining on a satin chaise lounge, surrounded by sofa pillows and pallor. And you did all this without dieting or exercise. Just lie down now and take it easy. And sing very beautifully this lovely prelude to Act One. Harry, while the gals dream about it, about being so beautifully unhealthy, play for them. Now, oh, Sam, quiet. Quiet, please. Absolutely beautiful as Violetta. Thank you, Breakfast Clubber, for doing that so nobly.
I like that romantic stuff.
You like that romantic?
Yeah.
Well, you were doing a good imitation of Violetta yourself.
Yeah. When I was young, all I thought about was girls.
All you thought about was girls when you were young, huh?
I thought about baseball when I was playing. I outgrew it, though, Don.
Oh, you outgrew it? Don't think about girls anymore,
No, think about women.
Yeah. Oh, Sam, for goodness.
You know, I was thinking about baseball.
What?
I was thinking about baseball.
Were you?
You were talking about that guy Camille in there.
No, Camille. That's different. No, Camille. Camille's playing
Opera
first.
stars play baseball?
What?
Do opera stars play baseball?
Not that I know
He
of.
couldn't hit a home run, I bet you.
I bet you couldn't either. No, sir, I don't believe...
What do you mean confusing the people like that?
Oh,
Tell 'em
Sam,
things
stop.
like
I said Camille was an opera singer. He thought it was Camille with the Dodgers.
Oh.
Is he still with the Dodgers?
Yeah.
By the way, I'd like to send my regards to station KENO in Las Vegas, Nevada, and station WKEY in Covington, Virginia, who joined the Blue Network recently. So to Maxwell Kelch of Keno and Earl M. Key of Wookie, let's send him a little Cordon G, all right? There's a Cordon Bleu for you. Welcome to the Breakfast Club. And now it's memory time around the breakfast table. Memory time and song without words. You know, talking to these soldier boys on the train last night as I was, it reminded me of a little poem that a private, Hyman Lazowitz, sent to me not so long ago about being just a private. You know, you can have your deeds of glory and all your tasks so nobly won, but if it weren't for all the privates, this war would not be won. Masterminds may plan the battles and strategic things to do, but it's just a lowly private who must carry these things through. So next time you drink to heroes who are known from coast to coast, just think of the simple private and then drink another toast.
And griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer.
Thank you very much, boys. Well, I hope that was a little inspiration for you this morning, and certainly is for me to get back to the Breakfast Club again and hear our hymns once more in our memory time. And so as we come to the end of this little quarter together around the breakfast table, supposing, Harry, you and the boys give vent to your feelings here.
This program came to you through facilities of the Office of War Information.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
Here in my mind, I'm trying to remember, trying to fit the pieces together. But nothing makes sense yet. This room I find myself in, this room where I see everything through a dancing yellow haze, and the voices, the faraway voices that come down to me through a dark, echoing alley. I try to raise myself, but I can't. But I've got to keep trying because there isn't much time left. Time. Through the yellow haze, I can just make out the face of the clock. The hands creep toward midnight. In an hour, it'll be done. I've got to stop it somehow, some way. In an hour, a man will die. That much I can remember now. But there are the other pieces in the crazy jigsaw puzzle. The whirling pieces which fly sickeningly around inside here in my mind. The voices.
My name is Linda Bennett. I need your help.
That voice, that's one of them.
My name is Linda Bennett. I need your help.
Linda Bennett. Linda Bennett. Linda Bennett. Yes, and the train. The shiny metal serpent racing across the flatlands of the Southwest. Denny and I were aboard the Blue Comet headed home from California. After a pleasant chat in the lounge car, we went back to our compartment to turn in.
Why, Captain Drummond, the door is locked.
Oh, ridiculous, Denny. These compartment doors lock only from the inside. Here, let me try. Well, you're right, it is locked.
Well, then someone must be in there, in our compartment.
Denny and I stood there for a moment, puzzled. I was just about to knock when suddenly the door opened.
Yes? What is it? Well, sir, what do you make of that?
Denny, I'm speechless.
Well, what do you two want?
What do we want?
You were trying to enter my compartment.
Young lady, there appears to be a regrettable error on your part.
What?
Regrettable, Denny? Sometimes your choice of words fits the occasion badly. An error, yes. Regrettable, I don't think so. I'm sure this very attractive young lady...
Look, will you tell me what you're driving at?
I admit your presence enhances the drab decor of a train compartment, but I don't recall having you included when I booked this space.
You mean this is your compartment?
In a word, yes.
That's our luggage on the seat there.
That luggage? Oh. I didn't notice.
Really?
I say, she's up to something,
Now,
sir.
see here, anybody can make a mistake.
The door, Denny.
Very well, Captain Drummond.
Captain... Oh, are you Captain Drummond?
I thought you knew.
No, why should I?
You picked out my compartment in which to hide.
How do you know I was hiding?
A doctor recognizes a malady by its symptoms. My business has its symptomatic arrows, too. Although I admit I can't quite yet put the finger on your particular malady. I'll need some background data first.
My name is Linda Bennett. I need your help.
I'll call you Linda.
Dr. Drummond's bedside manner.
Go ahead, Linda.
I'm on my way to Mexico City to find my brother.
You're off to a bad start. This train is headed due east.
Yes, I know. I'm getting off at Tucson. I'm flying from Tucson to Mexico. I was going to take a plane from Los Angeles, but he followed me to the ticket office, so I had to change my plans.
And who is he?
Well, I don't know who he is or what his name is, but I think he's the same one who spoke to me on the phone. I'm frightened, Captain Drummond. Awfully frightened.
Sit down, Linda. Sit right here.
No, I've got to find Robert. I've got to find out what's happened to my brother.
All right, I'll help you. I'll do whatever I can.
Thank you, Captain Drummond. Thank you. But, you could do something for me right now.
What?
Well, here. take this envelope.
It's addressed to a general delivery number in Mexico City.
Yes.
What's in the envelope, Miss Bennett?
A note to my brother telling him I'm coming there and where he can meet me. You see, he warned me not to come. In his last letter, he told me to send all my mail to that post office box number. He said he wouldn't be able to answer me, but that he'd get all my messages. Captain Drummond, I want you to mail that letter for me at the next stop. If I get off the train before Tucson, I may never get to Mexico City alive.
The man who followed you about in Los Angeles?
Yes. He's on this train. I saw him.
Where? When?
Well, I was returning to my compartment from the ladies' lounge. When I opened the door, he was sitting there. I turned and ran through the cars. Then I tried this door, and it was open. I locked myself in, and then you came.
What's your compartment number?
21, Car C.
21, Car C. Denny, you stay here with her.
Oh, Captain Drummond, wait.
Yes?
Please, you'd better not go there.
Why not? I'm anxious to have a chat with your pursuit.
No, you better not go. He was sitting there with a gun in his hand. He'll think it's me, and when you open that door, he'll kill you.
What is it? The porter. Message for Miss Bennett. I walked in quickly, my gun pointed. But there was nothing to point it at except the train windows. And then the door slammed shut behind me. I didn't turn in time.
You don't move another inch. You do, and I make a hole in your back.
That was rather a clumsy entrance I made, wasn't it?
Yeah, sort of. You'll oblige me by dropping your gun in the seat there.
Yes, when you put it so nicely, how can I refuse?
Now turn around so I can see what you look like.
How's this?
Well, you don't look stupid.
My actions are deceiving.
Sit down. Go ahead, sit down on that seat opposite.
Thank you.
We'll have a talk.
That gun you're holding is going to make conversation difficult.
I get lonely just sitting around waiting to do what I'm paid for. I'm glad you came in. I got somebody to talk to while I wait.
Maybe you're waiting in vain.
She'll come back.
Well, I'm sure she won't.
Then I'll find her someplace else. I always find them. That's my job.
That's all?
No. I kill them. Killing is my business.
Nice work you're in.
It's just like any other business, only harder.
Rather risky, too, I imagine.
Yeah, it's risky. Hey, where do you tie in with that Bennett girl?
I just want to make sure that she remains alive.
She's a nice-looking girl. Love, huh?
No.
Me, I don't trust him when they're as nice-looking as her. They most times got something tricky going on in back of their pretty faces.
Who's paying you to kill Miss Bennett, and why?
You're a good guy to talk to. You seem to understand. I'd like to tell you because you're such a good guy, but you know how it is.
Yes, secrets of the trade.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Well, as long as she ain't coming back, I better get going. You tell her something for me, will you? You tell her she can expect me anywheres along the line between here and Mexico City. Now get up.
I will.
Face the window. Now, that's it. Now you stay right there. You take my advice. Count to 10 before you come out of this compartment. It's nice talking to you. So long.
I didn't take his advice about the counting. I pulled open the compartment door and rushed out into the corridor. And then I stopped. The corridor was empty. The man whose business was killing had disappeared. A killer was on that train. A confessed, cold, businesslike murderer. He was being paid to shoot down Linda Bennett. And Linda Bennett was with Denny in my compartment. I hurried back through the train. I opened the door and started across the platform that led to my car. And then a hand reached out and grasped my shoulder.
Hold it, you. I want to talk to you.
Well, I've seemed to become a popular conversationalist.
Hey, what do you got your hands up like that for?
I find it excellent insurance against being shot in the back. I promise you no untoward moves on my part.
Don't be a sap, Drummond.
What?
Drop your hands and turn around. The only thing I'm going to point at you is this.
I don't understand.
Well, a badge like this should be familiar to a guy like you.
Police?
Yes, West Coast. Homicide Division. Lieutenant. Name's Gregg. Sid Gregg.
Oh, well, believe me, Lieutenant Gregg, you've no idea what a pleasant surprise you turned out to be. But tell me, how did you know who I was?
Well, I checked around. I made it my business to find out after I saw the dame go into your compartment.
Linda Bennett, you know her?
Yeah, real good. I've been escorting Miss Bennett for quite some time, only she doesn't know it.
You've been trailing her?
Yes, for 3 months.
Well, why? What's the reason?
Didn't she tell you anything about it? About Larry Kramer?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Miss Bennett just told me she was on her way to Mexico City to find her brother.
Mexico City, yeah, that might be it. He might be there at that.
Greg, would you mind letting me in on what's really going on?
Oh, sure. I'll get around to explanations a little later, when there's time. Right now, I'll give you a brief version. You can help me save a guy's life, Drummond.
Whose life?
Larry Kramer's. He's got to be saved before it's too late.
Greg, I don't know anything about your Larry Kramer, but talking about saving lives, I have a special interest in the same field. Linda Bennett being that special interest.
Now, what are you giving me?
There's a killer aboard this train. That's why Linda Bennett came to my compartment.
That's what she told you.
It's something I found out for myself, too.
What do you mean?
I talked to the killer in her compartment. He didn't leave any doubt as to what he's up to. If and when he finds Linda Bennett, he'll kill her.
Is this on the level?
On the level, Greg. And I want to make sure that he doesn't find Linda.
Well, I don't know what your angle is in this, Drummond, but I'm just as anxious as you are to see that the Bennett dame doesn't get knocked off.
Very well, then, come on. She's still in my compartment. My man Denny is looking after her.
She's not in your compartment, Drummond.
What?
I just came from there. But that guy you call Denny is still there with a lump on his head the size of an egg.
Well, what happened? Is Denny all right?
Well, he was out cold when I left, but the doc said he'll come around okay. We better find that Bennett dame before that gunsel catches up with her. I'll take the cars ahead. Drummond, look out!
As I dropped, I felt a sharp sting in my shoulder. I looked around. The train platform was empty, save for Lieutenant Gregg and me. And Gregg was lying a few feet from me, face down. I called to him. He didn't answer. I crawled over and touched him. He didn't move. Sid Gregg was dead. Feeling better, Denny?
Frankly, sir, I feel downright rotten. My head.
I was just about to ask you how that happened.
Well, I don't quite know, sir. A few minutes after you left, there was a knock on the compartment door. I opened it. No one was there. Then I stepped out into the corridor.
And something hard and heavy fell on your head.
Yes, sir. Very hard and extremely heavy. Captain Drummond.
Yes, Denny?
Miss Bennett, she's all right?
I imagine so.
Where is she?
I don't know. When the train pulled in at Tucson, I had every car searched. She wasn't aboard.
But where could she have gone?
She probably got off at Tucson unnoticed. It wouldn't have been difficult. I had lost interest in Linda Bennett momentarily.
What do you mean, sir?
I had a murder on my hands.
Murder?
A West Coast police lieutenant named Sid Gregg was shot while I was with him. I was luckier than he. I escaped with a shoulder graze.
Oh, really, sir? You're not making sense. Where does the police lieutenant come into this?
Well, Gregg didn't get a chance to tell me the full story. While I waited for this plane to Mexico City to take off, I phoned the West Coast police, and they gave me the details. Gregg was interested in saving the life of a Larry Kramer. Kramer is sentenced to die next Wednesday for a murder. Gregg believed Kramer to be innocent. He received special permission to work full-time on the case.
Well, it still doesn't make sense to me, sir. What has all this to do with Linda Bennett? If it has anything to do with her.
It certainly has, Denny. Linda Bennett was the state's material witness in the Kramer case. She was with Kramer. He was drunk when the shooting took place. Miss Bennett's testimony secured the conviction against Kramer.
But what about that story she told us of her brother in Mexico City?
Miss Bennett has no brother in Mexico City. She has no brother anywhere.
But that envelope she gave you to mail.
I mailed it.
Oh, really, sir? That wasn't very clever of you, if I may say so.
You may say so, Denny. But perhaps you'll be happy to hear I took the liberty of opening it first, before I placed a stamp on it, of course.
Oh, what did the letter say, sir?
Nothing.
What? Nothing?
It was a blank. That is, it was this, a blank check. Here, look at it.
The Triangle National Bank, Los Angeles. A blank check. What do you suppose that means?
I don't know yet, but I'm holding on to it. I have an idea this blank draft is going to pay us dividends when we get to Mexico City.
Mexico City?
That's where this plane is taking us.
Oh, yes.
To Mexico City and to Linda Bennett.
You seem to be fairly sure that Miss Bennett will turn up there.
Fairly.
But how do you know that the killer won't find her before we do?
Because, Denny, right now, he's relying on us to pick up Miss Bennett's trail for him. He booked reservations on this plane.
What? On this plane?
Don't turn around. Believe me, he's here, sitting just a few seats behind us. Denny and I went to the Mexico City post office. As usual, the killer came along. Denny had his instructions. I watched him walk across the concourse and take his station near the general delivery boxes. I stopped at one of the writing tables and waited. I could see my friend the killer leaning against a pillar near the main entrance to the post office. He looked properly confused. We all waited, Denny, he and I. Less than an hour passed when it happened. Box 41 was opened. The blonde young lady drew out an envelope, closed the box, and walked away. The young lady was Linda Bennett. She looked even more attractive with her hair dyed blonde. Denny followed after her, and after Denny, the ever-present pursuer. I took my place at the end of the line. I beg your pardon.
Okay, it is my fault, senor. Senor, you are leaving.
Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry.
You do not give me an opportunity to apologize, senor.
It's quite all right.
My name, senor, is Dolores.
A very pretty name.
You do not go that way, senor.
What?
You turn. We go through the side door, this way. The car is waiting.
The car? What are you talking about?
You come the way I say. I have in my pocket a gun. You come with me, senor, or I will kill you right here. Senor, you will get into the car.
As I stepped into the car, I saw a shiny object flash past my eyes. And then all the world fell in on me. Oh! Here in my mind, I'm trying to remember, trying to fit the pieces together. And now, they're together. On my face, I can smell the sharp odor of chloroform. Now I see the clock clearly, 20 after 11. At 12, Kramer will die. 40 minutes to save a man's life. I've got to get out of here.
Senor, you are awake.
As she bent down to place the chloroform cloth to my face, I reached out and grasped her arm.
Oh, my arm! Let go my
And then, with all the might left in me, I clenched my fist, and then I set it on its mission. I rushed across the room to the door, opened it, and walked out into the night. I never knew fresh air could smell so good. A few yards from the house, I saw the black sedan. I got into the car, switched on the ignition, slammed the car into gear, and cut into the darkness ahead.
Hey, killer. Al told me you just got back to town. I got good news for you, Mr. Varney.
Good news, I hear. That's why I came back to Mexico City. Where's the Bennett dame?
Outside?
Hey, what about the character you picked up with her?
He's Drummond's boy. They're both outside with Steve.
What about Drummond?
Dolores and Manuel got him out at their shack.
All the eggs in one basket, eh, killer?
That's right, Mr. Varney. By the way, Steve took care of that Los Angeles cop Greg for you on the train.
Yeah. Al told me. You can bring that Bennett doll in now, killer.
What about Denny?
I got nothing to say to him.
Okay, Steve. Mr. Varney wants to see you. Come on, sweet face. This way. Here she is, Mr. Varney.
Hello, Linda. What's the matter, baby? Ain't you glad to see Chris Varney again?
She don't look like she's glad, Mr. Varney.
That's funny. I hear she's been breaking her neck to locate me. That right, Linda?
You sure played me for a sap, Varney. I went down the line for you. I did everything just as you wanted it. I lied my tongue out on that witness stand. I got that conviction against Larry Kramer for you.
That's right, Linda. Those smart words of yours built a neat frame around Kramer. The neatest frame I ever saw. I showed you my appreciation, didn't I? You got my check for $10,000. I wrote it out for you nice and clear. 10 G's. That's what it said, didn't it?
It said nothing. When I looked at it the next morning, it was blank.
Blank? What do you know about that, killer?
Yeah, that's tough.
You wrote that check with disappearing ink, Chris. That was a dirty, rotten trick to pull.
You should have complained to the cops, Linda.
All right. Go ahead. Have your fun. Have a good laugh. Here's something else to laugh about, but maybe it won't be so funny.
5 minutes to 12, killer. 5 minutes and Kramer
You listen
goes.
to me, Chris, because I'm not finished. You're making that $10,000 good, because if you don't, the police back on the coast are going to hear the real story.
Mexico City is a long way from the coast. A long way.
Yeah, I thought of that, too, Chris. I gave an envelope to my roommate, Dolly Wilson.
Nice kid, Dolly.
And that envelope's got the whole story in it. If anything happens to me, Dolly turns that envelope over to the district attorney.
A real nice kid, Dolly. It's too bad. Too bad Steve had to smash in that pretty face of hers.
What?
She tried to hold off from him. But how much plastering can a dame take in the face? This the envelope you're talking about, Linda?
You've got it, huh?
Yeah, I got it, baby. I got everything I want. Killer.
Yeah, Mr. Varney?
You can take care of Drummond's boy now.
What about her?
She's next. Then you go out to the shack to take care of Drummond. Go ahead, Killer. Get started.
Okay, Mr. Varney.
Sit down, Linda. You got a little time until Killer gets to you. Sit down and enjoy the sound of this. Cigarette, Linda? 2 shots. Killer must be losing his touch. Sure you don't want to smoke, Linda? Okay, Killer, you can take her now. She's getting to be rotten company.
Mr. Varney, maybe I can stir your interest.
Oh, Captain Drummond.
Your trigger man is a bit indisposed, Varney.
Yes, those shots you heard were directed at him. Captain Drummond, as you see, won the argument.
Captain Drummond, I was next. He was going to kill me next.
Well, if for only one reason, I'm glad he didn't get around to you. The state of California is eagerly awaiting your arrival, Miss Bennett, as a material witness in a new murder trial and the exoneration of Larry Kramer.
Oh, sir.
What is it, Denny?
Look, sir, that clock is past midnight. Kramer, it's too late.
No, Denny, it's not too late. Before I arrived here at Varney's place, I got a call through to the warden at the state prison.
You got a stay of execution?
Yes. I promised new and revealing evidence in the case against Larry Kramer.
Well, sir, shall we wrap up the evidence and take it along?
By all means.
Oh, Captain Drummond, just one more thing.
Yes?
I know mine is not the reason why, but how did you ever get here, sir? How did you know where to come?
That blank check of Miss Bennett's.
What about it?
It wasn't really blank at all. I dipped it in a solution of lemon juice this morning.
Lemon juice?
Yes. The acids in the juice have the happy faculty of causing disappearing ink to make a reappearance. The check was for $10,000 made out to Linda Bennett and signed by Chris Varney. It wasn't difficult to find Varney's residence here in Mexico City. By the way, Varney, this should be of small comfort to you and your friends. The ink the law uses has absolutely no disappearing properties whatsoever. Once it's down on indictment papers, it sticks.
it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But in the American way. But to join Superman, here is an important message.
Say, gang, here's an exciting story about some flyers who were marooned on an iceberg way up in the frosty reaches of the Arctic Circle. Their plane had been forced down, and they were...
Gee, fellas, this time we're really in a tough spot. We've only got about enough food for 3 days. Chances are somebody flying this way for another week. Hey, Spark, you get that radio fixed yet? You get that radio fixed yet?
I'm still trying it, sir. But the battery is weak.
Well, keep on trying. Maybe we can rig something up.
For 5 long, icy days and nights, those flyers kept a constant watch for the silver gleam in the sky that might mean rescue. Finally, when the men were almost resigned to a frozen death...
Hey, Lieutenant, I hear something. It's a plane. I know it's a plane. There we are.
Gee, I guess Harry's got Arctic fever all right. Poor guy. I don't hear anything.
Why, say, it is a plane, all right. He's dipping his wings. He's seen it. Gee, we're safe, fellas. We're safe.
Yes, after 5 days on an iceberg, those flyers were finally rescued and returned to their base. Now, it wasn't just luck that they came through such an experience as well as they did. No, sir. Because those flyers were in top-notch physical condition, they weathered those hardships successfully. And that brings me to an important bit of information I have for all you fellas and girls. None of you can expect to grow up really husky and strong unless you eat right, which includes getting all your vitamins. So I want to tip you off to a mighty swell way to start getting 2 very important vitamins, B1 and D. It's by starting the day with a bowl full of crisp, crunchy Kellogg's Pep for breakfast. Ask your mother to get you a package of grand-tasting Kellogg's Pep tomorrow. And remember the name, Pep. P-E-P. Pep is made by Kellogg's in Battle Creek, Michigan.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Superman, in the guise of Clark Kent, has become involved in a new mystery having to do with Dr. Leander Cameron's invention of a mechanical man that can see, walk, talk, and even think for itself. We know, though our friends do not, that a new villain has entered upon the scene, a tall, strange-looking man known as the Vulture. In our last episode, we heard Dr. Cameron demonstrate a model of the mechanical man for Clark Kent. When the demonstration was over, Dr. Cameron was shocked to realize that... But wait. Let's listen in as he tells the story to Editor Perry White in the latter's office at the Daily Planet.
And I suddenly realized, Perry, that the man I thought was Clark Kent was another person altogether.
Oh, impossible. A modern Jekyll and Hyde? Ridiculous.
Nicodemus was there. He saw the thing happen.
Yeah, that's gospel, Mr. White. No, this is simply unbelievable. Leander, couldn't you do anything to stop him from taking the model of the mechanical man away with him?
No, Perry. You see, it all happened so quickly. We were just stunned. This man who called himself the Vulture held us at bay with a pearl-handled revolver. Yeah. And then he picked up the model and control box and walked out. We came here directly. Perry, this is a horrible situation to be in. That model is the only one of its kind, and I couldn't possibly reproduce it. There are in it certain delicate parts that could only be procured in Germany before the war.
Now, wait a minute, Leander. If these delicate parts can only be procured in Germany, how do you expect to make the life-size mechanical man?
It would have been a simple matter to copy the parts from the model, but without the model, I'm helpless. You see?
Yes, of course.
Oh, Chief. Heard what happened and came as quickly as I could. How are you, Dr. Cameron? Nicodemus?
Hiya.
I'm wondering if you really are Clark Kent. We don't want to be fooled again.
What?
No, don't start changing your face or I'll jump right out of my skin.
Oh, yes. From what I hear, a man who looked exactly like me and spoke exactly as I do came to watch your demonstration of the mechanical man.
That's right. And after we demonstrated the mechanical man model, he held us up at the point of a gun and walked off with it.
Oh, I'll be...
Which reminds me, Kent, you never did show up.
No, I had a mysterious phone call telling me to come to a certain address on the other end of town. Whoever it was promised me a big scoop, and when I got there, I found there was no such place.
Hey, I'm beginning to see what this is all about. That voice on the phone must have been the Vulture.
He wanted to get you out of the way long enough to pull this little trick of his, huh?
Yes, that's obvious now.
Harry, it's a very frightening thing to contemplate, that model of the mechanical man being in the hands of a vicious, unscrupulous, and dangerous criminal who will sell it to the highest bidder.
Yes.
I do not need remind you that the mechanical man can do anything from flying a plane to driving a tank. The Axis powers would give untold millions to get their hands on it, and I'm afraid they will if the vulture has anything to do with it.
Well, there's only one thing we can do, and that's to get in touch with the police at once. Get me Inspector Henderson and police headquarters at once.
Dr. Cameron, tell me more about this vulture. What did he look like?
Well, he's tall and angular and very sinister looking. And when I really got a good look at him, his face reminded me of a bird, of vultures. By heavens, it made my stomach turn over.
White speaking. Oh, hello, Inspector Henderson. Say, Inspector, I'd rather not discuss this matter over the phone. I think I'd better come down and see you right away. Will you wait for me? Good. Be right there. Now, we'd all better go down to police headquarters and get some action on this at once. Kent, where are you going? Aren't you coming with us?
Oh, yeah, sure, Chief. I'm going to get my hat and coat. I'll be right with you. Get my hat and coat, nothing. This calls for faster work than Clark Kent can accomplish. Into this vacant room here. Now, off with my street clothes. There we are. And now to do a job
as Superman. Up with this window. And now to Dr. Cameron's laboratory. Up, and away! There. Here's the door to Dr. Cameron's lab. Oh, locked. Well, no help for it. I'll have to break in. That does it. Now to have a good look around. If the vulture dropped even the slightest clue, I've just got to find it.
And so the stalwart figure in red and blue begins the search. Up and down the room with incredible swiftness he moves, searching minutely every single inch of the floor, the walls, the workbenches, everything. And at last, in a corner of the room, Superman's eye falls on a small object.
Hello, what's this? A button, torn from an overcoat. Wonder if this could be of any help. There's the maker's name on the back of the button in tiny gold print. Letterers Limited. The name of the shop where the overcoat was bought. Pretty ritzy shop. Well, that narrows the search down somewhat. Now to get to Letterers for information on all customers who bought overcoats there in the last year. Out through that smashed door. Now, up, and away!
As Superman heads toward the expensive clothing shop of Letterers Limited, the vulture himself is busy. He, too, has lost no time. And in his lavish penthouse apartment, a scene is taking place which may have a far-reaching effect on the American war effort. Listen.
Mr. Commuter?
Oh, you are the vulture?
Yes. Sit down. These gentlemen with you, I take it, are trustworthy?
Both gentlemen are honorable and trusted Japanese agents.
Good. If you can offer me the price I want for the model of the mechanical man, you will pay cash on the line. That understood?
It is understood. I have brought check for $500,000.
A check won't do. You may be honorable and trustworthy, but I want cash.
You have no objection to selling this modern wonder to the Japanese government?
I object to nothing that will bring me money. I have no feeling of patriotism.
We have not even seen this mechanical man you speak of.
It is here on this table. Come, I'll show it to you. Now, I'll just remove this cloth from it. There.
Magnificent.
You appreciate it, I see.
A man made of metal and only a foot high. This is the model.
Yes.
Perform it for me.
Certainly. Well, the mechanism is warming up. Let me remind you that this is no ordinary robot. This mechanical man can see, talk, walk, and actually think for himself.
Amazing. I do not understand how.
Nor do I. But no more complicated, perhaps, to a scientific mind than our own telephone dialing system. It is simple to the telephone company, most complicated to me.
With this mechanical man, Japan will have no trouble winning the war. What I would not give to see a legion of such mechanical men marching against American Marines in the South Pacific.
I don't care how you use it. All I ask is that you pay my price. Oh, now I see the eyes have lit up.
Oh, how they look. As if the little man were alive.
One might say that he is. But now, gentlemen, you shall see the most amazing thing of all. You shall see this model of the mechanical man in operation. Little Tin Man, I command you to walk. You see? He's walking across the table.
Stop him. He reaches the edge of the table. He fall off.
No, he won't fall off. See, he stopped of his own accord.
I'm sorry, it thinks for itself. It is miraculous.
Miraculous, perhaps. Science, after all, is a miracle in itself. This model of the mechanical man is nothing more than a scientific achievement of the highest caliber. All right, little tin man. Walk to a safe spot, then stop.
Very interesting. What else will I do?
Anything it is commanded to do. However, gentlemen, it is finished performing until I see the color of your money.
Yes, let us discuss that. This check I have here is...
We will not discuss that check, Commodore. My price is $500,000 in cash. And no tricks, gentlemen. I see you reaching for what is probably a revolver, Commodore. Let me warn you, that door you came through to enter this room is made of steel. The door and the windows of this room are electrically wired on a high-tension circuit. It will do you no good to kill me and try to make off with the model, since you cannot leave this sealed room without my say-so.
If no honor among thieves, as saying goes, you wrong me. Komura have no intention of doing harm. Komura merely wish to secure mechanical man. Your price of $500,000 in cash. So?
That's right.
It is a great deal of money, but I believe I can secure this money within the hour. You will wait? You will not sell model to another bidder?
No. That I promise you.
Then Komura return within the hour. It is now 5 o'clock. I will be here again at 6 or before, at which time the mechanical man will become the property of the Imperial Japanese government.
If Komura can secure the cash and take possession of Dr. Cameron's mechanical man model within the hour, it'll mean much trouble for the United Nations fighting forces. In just a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Superman. But right now, here is another important message for you.
Say, gang, I'll bet you're as interested in good things to eat as I am, aren't you? So let me tell you about a neat discovery I made at breakfast time the other day. Instead of using plain white sugar on my bowl of Kellogg's Pep, I tried sprinkling it with brown sugar. And man alive, what a difference that made. There's something about the combination of those crisp golden sweet as a nut flakes with the tempting flavor of moist brown sugar, all topped off with plenty of good whole milk, that makes a really A1 breakfast treat. And what's more, gang, Pep is mighty good for you, as well as doggone good eating. So if you somehow missed out on this grand breakfast cereal, my advice to you is don't put it off any longer. Ask your mother right now to put down Kellogg's Pep on her shopping list for tomorrow. And remember now...
Pep, Pep, get in step. Make your cereal Kellogg's Pep.
And now back to Superman. While the Vulture is making a deal with a representative of the Japanese government, Superman is desperately trying to locate the man who masqueraded as Clark Kent. With only an hour in which to locate the Vulture, will Superman be in time to prevent the model of the mechanical man from getting into the hands of the Japanese? Well, don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode. And be with us every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, for the exciting adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Hail, Silver! Away!
with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Ghost Trail. Hail, Silver!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode slowly on either side of Dan Reed, the masked man's newly found nephew.
Can't you tell me more about the surprise that's waiting for me when we get back to the Southwest?
No, Dan. You just have to wait until you see it.
How soon will we be there?
Not very soon. We have at least 2 more weeks of travel.
We could travel faster, couldn't we?
Well, I'd rather take it easy. Your pony isn't as strong as Scout and Silver.
Golly, I wish I had a horse like Silver.
Oh, what you do with him? You're not ready for him yet.
What would I do with him? I'd ride him.
Are you boasting, Dan?
Well, I'd try to ride him.
You would?
I'd learn to ride him.
Or try to learn.
Golly, you sure make me say just the right thing.
Precision is a thing that counts, Dan. Precision in everything. Your father was one of the most precise men I've ever known. He knew exactly what he wanted to say, and he said it. He knew exactly how he wanted a thing done, and he saw that it was done that way.
Oh, but sometimes a fellow has to do things in a hurry.
That's where you'll find precision handy. Now, wait a minute. Hurry up, Silver.
Oh, boy. Something going on in Valley.
That's a wagon train.
Yes, but why are all the men in a group? Is there an argument or something?
I don't know, Dan, but we'll find out. Come along. Come on, Silver.
Get up there!
Now, there's no use arguing about it, boys. You paid here at the station, and that's all there is to it.
Now, look here, Jeb. We want to know why we ain't got our pay. You think we're driving these wagons for the fun of it?
Now, hold on, Hop. I'll tell you what I think. Maybe Horgan there already knows.
What's that, Jeb?
Horgan, Steve Lacey sent you here. Well, Steve Lacey's a crook. He waylaid a couple of our wagons, and I got a hunch that he waylaid the pay of these men.
Oh, you dirty...
Oh!
Come on, Silver!
He fired it. I'm hit. Man on the white horse, he's masked.
Oh, Silver, whoa.
You hit my hand. You fired on me.
Take it easy. You're going to shoot a man that isn't wearing a gun.
Oh, Scout, boy.
A masked man and a redskin. Hey, who are you?
Something about my hand. I'm hit. I'm hurt.
Bandage it, Tonto.
Me fix him.
I'll help you, Tonto. I got some clean water in my canteen.
Why the gunplay? Who's in charge here?
I'm in charge. Name's Jeb Hawkins. These bullwhackers won't quit.
He don't pay us, and he accuses me of being in cahoots with crooks. That's the truth. But what's it to you? Maybe you know something about the crooks that stole our pay.
Now, get this straight. I'm not a crook.
What do you mean, that mask?
Jeb. Where are they heading?
They're driving these wagons and oxen from Bainesville to Rocky Ridge. Now the boys want to quit to take on another job without completing this one. Ain't my fault their pay wasn't here at the station. I'm just a station agent.
Now, you see, we was told that half of our pay would be here waiting for us. Now Jeff says it ain't. So we aim to leave this stock here and get jobs that pay cash.
And you men agree to take this wagon train and the oxen to Rocky Ridge?
And now they want to leave it here high and dry.
Who owns the stock?
Ma Wiggins.
I see.
Well, there's a gent named Steve Lacey that'll pay us twice that she promised.
Yeah, that ornery buzzard. He wants to get him away from Ma Wiggins. He wants to ruin her. He's the one that stole the cash. I'd bet my gizzard on it.
Shut up, Jeb. We've had enough of that gab.
Who are you?
The name's Horrigan. And Steve Lacey ain't no part of crooks.
He's the one that came here with the offer from Lacey.
Get out of here, Horgan. And don't come back.
I'm not taking orders from you.
I don't like to repeat myself.
You'll hear from me again, mister. Only next time you'll be on the receiving end.
Ornery skunk. If I see that pasty face of his around this depot again, I'll drill him full of sunlight.
You men.
We're listening, stranger.
I've always heard that when bullwhackers made a bargain, they kept it.
Well, you've heard right.
And get back on those wagons and take them to Rocky Ridge.
What about our pay?
You'll get full pay when you deliver the goods.
What do you say, boys? All right, it's a deal. But I'm giving you fair warning. From now on, we'll be driving for Steve Lacey. All right, boys, get back to your wagons.
Sometime later, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan guided their horses carefully through a narrow crevasse banked on both sides by mountain slopes. A dangerous and almost secret but shorter route to Bainesville than the wagon trail they'd been following.
This trail is treacherous. Even Silver doesn't like it.
Me not like it either. Too many rocks on trail from landslide.
Careful, Dan.
Golly, doesn't take much to start him rolling, does it? I bet one rock falling from the top of that slope would bring down an avalanche.
We'll soon be out of it. We must be halfway to Bainesville by now.
What we do there?
First, we'll have a talk with Ma Wiggins. She may be able to tell us the reason for the trouble she's been having.
Oh, that's right.
And Ma's an old friend. I want to do all I can to help her.
What's that ahead? Looks like a cave.
Yes, Dan, probably some... Listen.
Look, up the slope. The whole side of the mountain's rushing down at us.
That rock slide.
Quick, head for that cave.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Come on, boys. Stretch those legs.
Hurry, Tonto. Dan, this way.
On you come. Come on, Scout.
I'm with you. Get up, boy.
We just made it.
Rock slide almost crushes.
This cave had been a couple of yards further than it was. But look out here.
What is it, Dan?
That rock slide was no accident. It was man-made. Look, up there on the slope.
You're right. That is a man.
Him start the avalanche.
Sure. All he had to do was start a rock roll and would get those big boulders and loose shale underway. Gosh, who do you suppose he is?
Unless I'm mistaken, Dan, he's the man who threatened us at the station. It's Horgan.
It was dusk when the three riders reined in their mounts at the hitching rail in front of Ma Wiggins' express office in Bainesville. Through the window, they could see the energetic old lady working at her desk by the light of a lamp. They walked up the steps to the porch and knocked on the door.
Glory be, it's the Lone Ranger.
May we come in?
Well, I'll be plumb disappointed if you don't. I thought you were some of Steve Lacey's hired gunmen.
Ma, I've heard a little about the trouble you've been having.
Well, sit yourselves down, all of you. Trouble, you said, huh? I reckon I'm having my share of it and a lot more with Steve Lacey out to break me.
Break you? How?
By starting a freight line in competition to mine.
Well, I thought Lacey was a cattleman.
He is. One of the richest in the valley.
And why does he want a freight line?
I don't know, Lone Ranger. All I know is he has plenty of cash to spend for what he wants, and right now he wants to drive me out of business.
I see.
He tried to buy me out, and I wouldn't sell. Now he's forcing me to the wall by offering double my wages to the cattlemen and charging half of my price for freight.
How can he show a profit?
Well, he can't. But once he owns the only freighting outfit in these parts, he can raise the price sky high, and the farmers around here have to meet it.
The farmers, huh? I wonder.
What you think?
Tonto, you and Dan scout around town. Learn what you can about Lacey and the farmers.
Oh, sure we will. We'll keep our eyes and ears tuned all the time. But where'll you go?
I'm going to call on Steve Lacey.
You be careful. He's a mighty dangerous man.
Don't worry. Above all, don't give up. I think there's a way of saving your freight line.
Meanwhile, in his office in another part of town, Steve Lacey listened to a report from his hired gunman, Horgan.
Lone Ranger, huh?
Yeah. Tall hombre wearing a white hat and a black mask. I knew who he was the minute I laid eyes on him.
He'd better not stick his nose in my game.
I tell you he will, Steve. He and Ma Wiggins are old friends.
Then why didn't you take care of him while you had the chance?
Well, I tried to. I thought I had him for sure. And then the whole three of them escaped into a cave.
What do you mean?
Well, I watched him leave the depot. And then when I saw him cut into Ghost Trail, I hightailed it along the ridge of a slope.
Ghost Trail? Never heard of it.
Well, there ain't more than a few who have. It's an old Indian trail through the mountains. But even the Redskins, well, they quit riding it on account of rock slides.
Rock slide? So that was your idea?
Sure. A surefire to bury them all if it hadn't been for that blasted cave.
Where do you suppose they are now?
Well, it's my guess they're chinning with Ma Wiggins.
Yeah, that stubborn old fool. If she'd sold me her business when I asked her, I'd have the farmers in my pocket by now.
Seems to me you're putting out a lot of cash to get them Grangers out of your way.
Sure I am, Horgan. I'm taking a lot of risk, too. When the returns roll in, I'll be sitting on top just where I've always wanted to be. Steve Lacey, king of this cattle country.
Well, I don't savvy. You don't stand to win any steers from them farmers.
Steers ain't what I'm after. I've got a bigger herd than I can handle on my own place.
Well, then what do you...
It's land. Land that them Grangers own, rubbing right up against mine. And I've got to get it before their crops spoil it permanently for grazing.
Yeah. With them extra acres, you'd own the biggest ranch in the county.
And I mean to have it, too, Horgan. I couldn't get it legal. So I'm taking another way.
Well, them farmers didn't scare easy either.
They'll scare this time right into my lap.
How does this new freight line of yours fit in?
Like a glove. With Ma Wiggins lying out of business...
Which it will be plenty soon, the way them Grangers are biting at your offer of half the price Ma charges for freight.
I'll be in sole control of freighting their crops to market. Then I can push the rates as high as I please.
Maybe so. But you can't make them like it.
I don't want them to. Listen.
It's a Lone Ranger. Silver's the name of his horse.
He's coming here.
Yeah, what'll we do?
Let him come. Boys are playing cards in the back room. Join them and tell them to have their guns ready. When I give you the word, jump the masked coyote. Now get going before he sees you.
Aye, savvy.
You're Steve Lacey?
Who gave you a ticket to walk in here unannounced?
You haven't answered my question.
What if I am Steve Lacey?
I don't like the way you're running Ma Wiggins out of the freight business.
No? What are you going to do about it?
I don't know yet. But I can tell you this, Lacey. You won't get away with it.
Oh, that's fancy talk, mister. Almost as fancy as that mask you're wearing. But I'm backing my hand with facts.
What do you mean?
I'm sending a wagon train to Rocky Ridge early in the morning. And its cargo will be the farmer's crops Ma Wiggins was counting on freighting.
I see.
And there ain't nothing you can do to stop it.
You seem very sure.
I've got plenty of reasons to be. Look behind you.
Rush him, boys!
Oh, you don't? Rush him, boys! Jump him! Use your gun butts! Knock him out! Rope him!
There's one for you, Steve.
Fists flailing, the Lone Ranger stood alone against the savage onslaught of Steve Lacey's gunmen. His smashing blows took a heavy toll, but the odds were too great even for his muscular strength. A gun butt crashed against his skull, and darkness enveloped him in a seemingly bottomless whirlpool as he sank unconscious to the floor.
Curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger lay unconscious, the gang quickly tied and gagged him while Steve Lacey and Horgan looked on. Then Lacey motioned his gunman out of the room.
hand.
I reckon he won't bother us again.
Well, I'm suggesting we make sure of that, Steve.
You mean?
I know about this hombre. He's always turning up in the wrong places. And I'm in favor of putting a period to his career right now.
Maybe you're right.
Sure. The slug behind his ear will do it. We'll have a lot less to worry about.
Now, wait.
What for?
I want to see what's behind this mask.
Yeah, I always hanker to know myself. Let's have a look.
You not touch me.
Hey, what in thunder?
Don't make a move, either of you.
Where'd you two come from?
We follow Lone Ranger here.
Oh. He's beginning to come too, Tonto.
You take knife, Dan. Cut ropes and gag.
You bet. I'll have him free in a jiffy.
You won't take the masked man out of here alive, Redskin.
The boys will riddle you before you get him in the saddle.
You not fool, Tonto. You not fire shots in street, or law catch you quick.
Oh, doggone you.
You shut mouth.
That's it, Horkin. Pull a gun on him.
Me show you.
Oh, I've cut the Lone Ranger free, Tonto.
Not plenty good. Now you give him boost to Tonto's shoulder. Me carry him to horses.
Yeah, here, let me help.
There. Now him rest on shoulder.
Now's your chance, Horkin. Rush him.
I'll get him. Not this time. Go ahead, Tonto. I'll cover you.
You come quick, too.
You young squirt, you tripped me. You're lucky it wasn't worse, Horgan. I wouldn't advise either of you to follow us. This gun shoots straight and fast.
Come on.
There they are. Supporting the masked man on his white horse. I got him square in my gun sight.
Don't shoot, you fool. You'll bring the whole town down on our heads.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, boy. Get up there.
They've gone. Now what'll we do?
Act fast. The Lone Ranger suspects my scheme to swindle the farmers. He'll be on our trail in a minute.
Well, if you still mean to freeze their crops by pushing freight rates so high the farmers couldn't pay, well, you might as well throw in now, Steve. In the time it would take, the masked man would find out for sure.
I said we'd have to act fast, didn't I? That plan's out. I've got a better one. And we'll put it through so quick even the Lone Ranger won't be able to stop it.
I'm listening.
Early in the morning, we're sending a wagon train to Rocky Ridge. It'll be freighting the farmers' crops.
Well, what of it?
The contract reads both the farmers and their crops travel at their own risk.
Yeah?
That means I ain't responsible for anything that happens to them on the trail.
Something could happen, huh, Steve?
Yeah, something that would prevent both the farmers and their crops from arriving at Rocky Ridge.
And if they didn't get to market, they couldn't sell their crops.
That's the idea. Just about ruin their families, wouldn't it?
I reckon it would. They'd need that money bad just to stay alive.
Right. With winter facing them before a new crop was due, their families would be pretty desperate. So desperate, they'd be forced to sell me their lands for any price I wanted to pay.
Yeah. You could squeeze them dry, and they'd have to take it.
Squeeze them dry is what I aim to do. I'll be able to buy them lands dirt cheap.
Well, what are you figuring on happening, Steve?
Well, there ain't nothing in the contract about sticking to the regular wagon trail, is there? I aim to take a shortcut.
Shortcut?
Yeah, the one you were telling me about. Ghost Trail.
Oh, you mean?
From what you told me, that must be a pretty treacherous trail.
Oh, sure. Anything can happen on Ghost Trail. Especially if it's planned. Rock slides, for instance.
And everybody knows a rock slide is an accident, huh, Horgan?
Sure. You won't even be blamed for sending the wagons on that trail. Nobody around here knows about it.
Yeah, they'll thank me for finding a shortcut that'll get their crops to market quicker.
It'll take a lot of rocks to bury a wagon train, even in that narrow pass.
There'll be plenty. We'll plant a row of blasting powder at the top of the ridge.
Well, the farmers and bullwhackers will...
Well, let them. The blast will send them boulders crashing down the slope so fast nobody will have a chance of escaping.
Yeah, I reckon you're right.
We'll pack the blasting powder in a hind wagon and put some of our own boys on to guard it. Then we'll order a rest stop for the train just before they enter the pass, while the boys sneak the blasting powder up on the ridge and plant it.
Yeah, that's plenty slick, Steve.
When it's over, I'll control the whole valley. Every steer you see will be bearing my brand.
We'll break Ma Wiggins' freight line in the bargain.
Hey, old fool. She should have known that anybody who stood in my way was bound to get burned.
Supporting the now conscious but weak figure of the Lone Ranger astride Silver between them, Tonto and Dan headed their horses for a rocky patch near town and quickly made camp. From a nearby stream, the Indian bathed the masked man's painful, though not serious, head wound, until finally he was strong enough to sit up and talk.
Thanks, Kimosabe. I'll be all right.
You get plenty hard blow on head.
You gave a good account of yourself before you went under, though. I saw some of the gang's faces.
Did you learn anything about Lacey and the farmers?
We learned plenty. Lacey want farmers' land bad, but then not sell.
Then he tried to scare them off, but they wouldn't go.
Yet the farmers have signed to ship their crops in Lacey's wagon.
Then get plenty cheap price.
But why? Why is Lacey so suddenly generous to the farmers?
Me not know.
Gosh, you suppose it's a trick of some kind?
I don't know, Dan. But Lacey's wagon train leaves for Rocky Ridge with the farmers and their goods early tomorrow morning.
We follow them. Maybe we find clue.
Ask Kimosabe. It's a long chance. Our only hope of saving Ma Wiggins' freight line.
In the cold gray dawn, the wooden platform in front of Steve Lacey's freight office bustled with activity. Wagon after wagon drawn by thick-shouldered, heavy-yoked oxen and driven by whip-cracking bullwhackers in broad-brimmed hats, flannel shirts, and high-legged boots pulled up to the platform and took on the farmer's precious freight. Farm products of every description were loaded carefully into the ox-drawn caravans under the farmer's eagle eyes, with tarpaulin carefully battened down to protect the crops when the wagons forded streams. Far up the line could be heard the stentorian voice of Hop, the wagon boss, marshaling his charges for the trip. Then the last wagon rolled into position, and Horgan climbed into the driver's seat with Steve Lacey behind him.
Got the blasting powder aboard this wagon?
Yeah, stored in the back. The boys stowed it away last night.
Where'd the boys get to?
Now, they're up ahead, stringing alongside the wagons. They'll be ready when we need them.
Good. We'll give them farmers the whole side of a mountain for a going-away present. We'll smother them in it.
It can't miss.
Here we go. The first and last trip for the Steve Lacey freight line. Get along now. Come on, get up.
As the chain of wagons rumbled onto the dusty, deep-rutted wagon trail, they were watched from the concealment of a clump of trees by a masked man, an Indian, and a boy. Then, reining their horses to a walk, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan slowly followed the wagon train, keeping just out of sight. It was some time later when Tonto suddenly signaled a halt.
What is it, Tonto?
You look there.
It looks like powder.
That blasting powder.
There's a faint trickle of it all the way along the trail.
Yes, a keg in one of the wagons must be leaking.
That plenty dangerous.
We'll ride on, Tonto. There may be something we can do. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, boy, get up.
The three horsemen raced for some distance without overtaking the wagon train. Then, at an obscure fork in the trail, they reined up again.
Oh, Silver, hold on. Tonto. Look at those tracks. Lacey's wagons have left the road and branched off for Ghost Trail.
That's right.
Oh, golly, you mean they're going to drive those wagons through the canyon?
Looks that way, Dan.
Why'd them do that?
I don't know, Kimosabe. That trail is too dangerous for anyone to travel unless they know it well. The slightest disturbance may start a rock slide. I didn't know anyone in Lacey's train knew of Ghost Trail. Wait.
What you think?
Ghost Trail is known to one of Lacey's gang. The same one who tried to murder us, Horgan.
Golly, you don't suppose
Knowing how treacherous the trail is, he'd never let Lacey take it. Unless they had a special purpose.
The blasting powder.
That's right.
Oh, but they couldn't mean that. They couldn't plan to bury the whole wagon train.
I'm afraid they do, Dan. The farmers are with that train. Lacey would stop at nothing to get them out of the way.
And what we do?
We got to stop them.
Yes. Ride at once to Maul Wiggins, Dan. Her word will carry weight with the sheriff. Get him to round up a posse and ride to Ghost Trail at once.
You bet. I'll see you later. Get up, boy. So long.
Adios, Dan. Come on, Tonto. We've got to catch that wagon train. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rapidly approached the rear of the wagon train. The din of the oxen's lowing, the cracking bullwhips, and creaking wagon wheels served to conceal their arrival. And noting that the blasting powder was trickling from a keg in the last wagon, the masked man stealthily crept into the creaking vehicle, his movements concealed with a great canvas hood. Then, working speedily with Tonto, the Lone Ranger bent every effort to spike Steve Lacey's diabolical scheme. Later that day, the masked man and the Indian watched while Lacey ordered the wagon train halted for a rest stop on the verge of the narrow crevasse that was Ghost Trail, and saw from their well-concealed camp the gang stealthily take the kegs marked blasting powder from the last wagon and ride up to the ridge of the mountain slope. Keeping carefully out of sight, the Lone Ranger and Tonto followed and saw the gang dig 6 holes in a row along the ridge in which to plant the kegs.
Everything ready, Horgan?
Yeah. Powder's all set to blast any time you say.
Stay out of sight, boys. The wagons will be coming through the pass any minute. I don't want anybody looking up here and suspicioning things.
Don't forget to allow time for the fuses to burn when you aim the rock slide for the wagons.
Don't worry. I've got it figured out to a fraction.
We'll trot them figures out then, Steve. Here they come.
Right. Light them fuses.
Get going, boys. Blast that powder to kingdom come.
That's it. They're all lighted. Now run for it. This is far enough. Now let's watch the fireworks.
When them rocks start crashing down the slope, the farmers won't know what hit them.
It ain't every day you can cook up a mass murder that buries its own dead, huh, Horgan? Hey, what's the matter with that blasting powder?
I don't know.
Look, the fuses. They're sputtering out.
Every single one of them.
Something's wrong, Steve.
Why, thunder, something is wrong, and I need to find out what.
He can examine them kegs.
Why not? The fuses are all burned out. Come on. Here now. Well, look. Give me a hand, Horgan.
Sure.
What the... Look at this.
Sand. Ordinary road sand. No wonder they didn't explode.
Somebody empty the blasting powder and substitute that sand.
Right, Steve.
What the...
The Lone Ranger.
Take their guns, Tonto.
Me get him.
And the engine.
Nobody takes my gun, Redskin, unless it's bullet first. You pistol. Oh.
I want you, Steve.
No, you don't. I'll drill you for
Drop
it.
that gun.
I'll show you. No!
You asked for it.
You'll soon sing another tune. That's my boys riding to drill you down.
You're wrong, Steve. It's the sheriff and a posse riding your gang down.
The sheriff?
Right, Steve. I've got enough evidence in them blasting kegs to take care of you for a long time to come. And Horgan and the rest of your pals with you.
You ornery polecat. I might have known you're after bigger game than just trying to ruin my freight company. Even murder wasn't too low for you.
Everything go off all right?
Yes, Dan. We've nothing more to do here.
Oh, you should have known, Steve. You couldn't match wits with the Lone Ranger and come out on top.
Hail Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In person, Dinah Shore. Come on in, Dinah.
Hello, Truman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, fellas.
Yes, in person, Dinah Shore, with Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra in her own show. Dinah herself in person, with words and music for everybody, especially for our boys in the service and the girls that left behind them. Brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, makers of Mum. That's M-U-M, Mum. For her first number tonight, Dinah Shore in person sings, I'm on the road to Morocco.
Let's meet on the road to Morocco instead of the tunnel of love. The desert night, the Arab tents, the harem atmosphere. It's the best attraction Coney Island has this year. Let's meet on the road to Morocco. Though our Brooklyn moon shines above, I'll whisper how I love you to the strains of native flutes. And your arms will thrill me more than all the shoot-the-shoots. Tell the gang so they won't hang around. Like Webster's dictionary, I'm Morocco bound. Let's meet on the road to Morocco. It beats Central Park anytime. The funny streets are nice and dark, the music is unique. I can be the kidnapped girl and you can be the chic. Tell the gang so they won't hang around. like Webster's dictionary. We're Morocco bound.
Was really swell.
Thank you, Truman. That's the title song from one of the funniest pictures I've seen in a long time. Road to Morocco.
Yeah, it is good, all right. Bob Hope and Bing Crosby really outdid themselves, didn't they? Speaking of Bing Crosby, I understand that you and Bing are co-starring in Holiday Inn for the Screen Guild Players.
That's right, Truman. This very next Monday, and boy, am I excited.
Yeah. You mean because I'm the announcer on that show, huh?
Well, not exactly.
Oh.
Well, Truman, of course, that makes it much nicer. It's sort of like old home week.
Oh.
But I'm really excited about getting a chance to sing with the king.
Oh, that's right. You're a dyed-in-the-wool Crosby fan, aren't you, Dan?
Well, that's no secret. Who isn't?
Well, what about your next song? That's no secret, is it?
Not at all, Truman. At least it's no secret when boy meets girl and he looks at her and says,
Tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Really, beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours, come shower or shine. So I say, Millie, oh dearly beloved, be mine. Tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree I was meant for you. You were meant for me.
Miss Suzanne Wright?
Yes?
Telegram.
Oh, telegram for me?
Sign here, lady, please.
Right. Oh, how wonderful. Tom's coming home. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, miss. Sign here.
Oh, my heavens, the train gets in half an hour. I have to rush. I've got to get dressed.
I have to sign first, miss. Right there. Oh, but jeepers, you ain't got much time to get fixed up. Takes 15 minutes to get to the station from here.
No, I'll get there on time. And I'll be fixed up, too. Why, quarter of an hour from now, I'll be as glamorous as a movie star.
Well, now, from the determined way Suzanne speaks, I bet she will be there when the train rolls in, looking radiantly happy, as lovely and fresh and dainty as if she'd had hours to get ready. Yes, she'll be fresh and dainty, you can depend on that. For on her dressing table is a jar of Mum. That's M-U-M, Mum, the snowy white underarm deodorant cream that takes only 30 seconds to apply. Think of it. Only 30 seconds with Mum, and you can be sure of vanishing undaintiness all through a long, hectic day and exciting evening. So use Mum daily and after every bath. Your bath takes care of the past, of course, but Mum gives you sure, dependable protection through the hours after your bath. Or use Mum at any time, as often as you like. You can use it even after you're dressed, for Mum is safe. It will not irritate sensitive skin. It will not harm the fabric of your daintiest dress. Why not get a jar of Mum from your druggist tonight or tomorrow and follow this famous safe way, this quick way, this sure way to keep dainty with Mum. Say, Dinah, are you going with the Hollywood Canteen tonight?
No, Truman, I'm leaving for Douglas, Arizona for a couple of days to sing for the boys down there.
Well, how about the boys at the Hollywood Canteen? Won't they miss you?
Oh, I guess they'll struggle along with Betty Davis
Huh?
and Eddie Lamar,
Oh.
and Alexa Smith, and Patricia Morrison, Marlena Dietrich, and other glamour girls.
Well, it's nice work if you can get it.
It's a musical cue if I ever heard one.
Holding hands at midnight neath the starry sky. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Strolling with the one girl, sighing sigh after sigh. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Just imagine someone waiting at the cottage door, where two hearts become one, who could ask for anything more? Loving one who loves you, and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Just imagine someone waiting at the cottage door, where two hearts become one, who could ask for anything more? Loving one who loves you, and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and if you get it, won't you tell me how? Nice work, nice if you can get it. If you get it, won't you tell me how?
And in service, it's the mail call, bringing you a medley of memory songs from the girls back home. Tell them about it, Dinah, will you?
Well, Truman, the songs the girls have sent in the most requests for this week were a couple of old songs and one comparatively new one. The new one is Moonlight Becomes You, and though it may not be exactly connected with any real personal memories, the thought behind it apparently has stirred a lot of memories. The first old one was suggested by one of our fine Marines who just returned from service in the Solomons. He said in his letter to me, "Really, Dinah, there was many a time when I walked away from mail call empty-handed, and I decided I was going to sit right down and write myself a letter." The second old one is a real memory builder, Melancholy Baby.
Come to me, my melancholy baby. Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are foolish fancy, maybe. You know, dear, that I'm in love with you. Every cloud must have a silver lining. Please wait until the sun shines through. Smile, my honey dear, while I kiss away each tear, or else I shall be melancholy too. Moonlight becomes you, it goes with your hair. You certainly know the right things to wear. Moonlight becomes you. I'm thrilled at the sight, and I could get so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. Ah, what a night to go dreaming. mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. Gonna write words oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. I'm gonna smile and say I hope I'm feeling better, and close with love the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter, baby, and make believe it came from you. Good night until next week. To all you fellas in the service, from us girls at home. Night, girls. Night, fellas. Night, everybody.
Remember, next week at this same time, in person, Dinah Shore, same station. And won't you also remember, ladies and gentlemen, to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum. That's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
KECA, Los Angeles.
It's 8:30. 8:30. It's 8:30 Philadelphia time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike challenges you to match your erudition against the combined brains of 4 almost know-it-alls. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If your question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information, please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information, please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our master of ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, although our program proceeds in its usual spontaneous manner, this is something of a special occasion. We are broadcasting from the stage of the Academy of Music in Philadelphia. Philadelphia marks stop number 2 in our barnstorming tour, conceived by the producer of Information, please, Mr. Dan Golenthal. This tour is Mr. Golenthal's contribution to the Treasury Department's bond drive. Each seat in this tremendous hall represents a bond purchase of from $50 to $5,000, making a grand, and we mean grand, total of $3,337,183. Which is considerable dough even in Mr. Morgenthal's language. Now, tonight, on this special occasion, we have as our board of experts Oscar Levant, Franklin P. Adams, John Curran, whose new column appears in the New York Sun and other papers, and as our guest, the young congressional representative from California, Fresh from his tank destroyer unit, where he served as a second lieutenant, the Honorable Will Rogers, Jr. Now, appropriately enough, our first question comes from an author who will probably owe his immortality to Philadelphia, Mr. Christopher Morley, the author of Kitty Foyle. And Mr. Morley, who hails from New York City, a secondary town, of course, has worked out a question about Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a city, says Mr. Morley, known for its warmth and affection, and that's true. What Philadelphian of the past or present is known by the affectionate name of Betsy? Betsy, Mr. Curran.
Betsy Ross.
Betsy
who
Ross.
sewed the first American flag.
Quite right. And
That's
what
not
were...
true.
Pardon?
I keep reading stories that she didn't do the flag. I don't know.
Well, this is not the time to bring that up, Mr. You choose stop number 3 to tell us that. Betsy Ross is popularly supposed to have created, sewn together, the first American flag. And Mr. Curran, what was her full name? This is Philadelphia, you know, and you better know it.
Elizabeth.
Yeah. That isn't full enough.
I don't know.
Elizabeth Griscom Ross. Now, how about what Philadelphian is known as Connie? Connie.
Cornelius McGillicuddy.
Yes, Cornelius McGillicuddy or Connie Mack. Quite right.
He's not from Philadelphia. He's been living here 70 years, but he's not from Philadelphia.
Well, he's made a living here of a sort, hasn't he?
Temporarily speaking.
And finally, what Philadelphian is known as Rosie? R-O-S-Y. Very famous Philadelphian.
Rosie?
Rosie, a great citizen of this town, known as Rosie.
Rosenblum? Rosenbaum?
No.
Rosie?
You're near, though. It's the famous bibliophile and book collector. Who is that?
I still don't know.
Yes? That's right.
Rosenbach.
Attaboy, yes. A.S.W. Rosenbach, a name well known to everybody who loves books in this
Anybody
country.
who has more than $50,000, you mean.
That gives us 2 out of 3. And while we're on the subject of Philadelphia, I'd like to get one thing settled that's always worried me. Mr. Morley, in his book, talks of the main line a good deal. How far does the main line run, socially speaking? Do any of you, Mr. Well, I mean, Mr.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe around Haverford or Chestnut Hill, around there.
You're just guessing. If it weren't for the fact that I have the answer on the card, I wouldn't know. Mr. Levant?
As far as Ginger Rogers was concerned, it ran to New York. She ran to New York.
That was her main line, but actually, I understand it's from Philadelphia to Paoli. Would that be about right? Actually, of course, the main line on the railroad goes from Philadelphia to Chicago, but from the Philadelphian's point of view, it stops at Paoli. And that sends us on to a question from Mrs. S.S. Groglode of Ohio. To what outfit would an American soldier belong if you heard him talking about these things? Suppose you heard him say, Geronimo. What outfit would he belong to? Mr. Rogers.
I believe he'd belong to the parachute battalion.
That's quite right. Do you have any idea why he would be?
Well, they're supposed to yell that, I believe, in order to keep their, say something so that the head can be clear as they fall through the air.
Yes.
And when they land.
Yes, it's a tradition, not very old, to call Geronimo as a signal that they're about to jump.
It's ecstasy, the way I heard it on the radio.
It's what?
It's a well, forget it.
All right. Now, suppose you heard an American soldier say bazooka. What would he be talking about? Bazooka. Mr. Rogers again.
He'd be talking about a very secret weapon.
Tell us all about it.
It's a swell weapon, I can assure you.
Yes?
And,
well, in what outfit is it used?
Well, we use it, and the tank destroyers have used it,
yes.
But I don't know who would use it. I don't know what you have on your card.
Well, I have tank destroyers on my card. Yes, he would be a member of a tank destruction outfit. Was that your own job, Mr. Rogers, before you demoted
no.
yourself?
We used all weapons. That's a very good weapon, I should like to say, and may be quite a surprise.
The way you talk about it, it's a secret weapon. What is it?
I hope it'll be the surprise that you say it will be, Mr. Rogers. And how about this one? If an American soldier used the phrase, in the barrel, what outfit would he belong to? In the barrel. Oh, we've got 2 out of 3 on this, so you can exercise your fantasy. Mr. Kieran?
My fantasy would say he'd be on a submarine.
No, he'd be a member of a daylight bombing squadron, because the term in the barrel is used to describe an accurate hit in precision bombing, the sort of stuff that our boys are trained to do in daylight bombing raids, right in the barrel. Now, how about this one from Jane Deck of Atlanta, Georgia? This is about characters in poems who died under peculiar conditions. The first character is in a poem, and he died while giving a soldier a drink. Who was that? Mr. Kieran.
That was poor, dear old Gunga Din.
Gunga Din, yeah.
I hope you liked your drink, sir, he said just before he died.
That's right. Now, what were you going to say, Mr. Adams?
Same thing.
Good, very good. Mr. Rogers?
A point of information. Who
no
was the
time
man
for
that gave him the drink out of a canteen?
Philip Sidney?
Philip Sidney.
Yes, but that wasn't a character in a poem. That was a real chap. Real Elizabethan. Have you learned something, Mr. Rogers?
I have.
Well, that's more than most congressmen do so early in their career. Name the character in a poem who died after delivering news of victory. He died, Mr. Levant.
Is that the marathon man?
I think he did
He
die.
didn't live long after that run.
No, he didn't. I think that's right. Mr. Adams, another one?
Smiling the boy fell dead.
Yes, and who was this boy?
I don't know.
He was silly.
Mr. Kieran, can you help out, Mr. Adams?
Well, the name of the marathon messenger who did fall dead, according to Browning's poem, was Pheidippides, and there is no name to the young boy who flew out twixt the battery smoke at the Battle of Ratisbon.
Yes, Mr. Adams was thinking of what poem?
Browning's An Incident in the French Camp.
Yes. You see, he has no name, Mr. Adams. We'll never know who your boyfriend is. Now, how about this one? A character in a poem who died because she looked out the window. Mr. Kieran.
The Lady of Shalott.
The Lady of Shalott.
Tennyson.
Very good. Well, that gives us 3 dying characters out of 3, and that's enough for a gloomy question. How about this one from Ruth Harmon of Union City, New Jersey? Here's the situation, gentlemen. Let's say there's a news commentator in Burma. And this news commentator wants to tell his audience which of the United Nations are engaged in a battle. Now, to get by the local censor, he sings these songs into the mic. We're going to have them played. Which nations are in the fighting? In other words, the songs ought to indicate the nation that he means is engaged in the battle in Burma. Is that absolutely clear, or is it quite unclear? Well, let's have the first. Now, that's a tricky one. I have, Mr. Rogers, is that your hand up?
I'll make a guess.
Yeah.
Irish?
It
No.
can't be Irish.
No.
McCree? Scotch?
No. What's the song that was played? Mr. Levant?
He guessed. Let him guess the name of the song.
I guess Mother McCree.
No, it isn't.
That's not Mother McCree.
Mr.
Endearing
Adams?
Charms. Endearing Charms.
It sounds very much like Believe Me If All Those Endearing Young Charms, but that isn't right.
I know what it is.
Yes, Mr. Levant.
Is that a cowboy thing?
That's right. And what nation would be involved?
You'll get smart. What country has cowboys? Yes.
Kid. That's coming right back at me.
Uh-huh.
It would, of course, be the
Gary
Americans.
Cooper, it would be.
That gives us one wrong. Now we have to get the next one. Let's have the next code message. Mr. Levant has 2 hands up.
Chinese.
Chinese. What was being played?
Chinese lullaby from East is West, played by the late Samuel Shipman.
Very good. Yes, that's a perfect answer.
Pretty song.
And a pretty neat reply, too. And now the third and last musical code message. Mr. Rogers.
But he is an Englishman.
Very good, yes. Very good. Whose song is that, Mr. Rogers? Who wrote it?
Is it Gilbert or Sullivan's?
Ask Mr. Adams. He's right there.
Sullivan wrote the music to that boy.
Thank you. Thank you, Father.
Now you've exhausted Adams's information for the whole evening. All right, that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this one from Mary E. Rowell of Cumberland, Maryland? Let's see, there are 4 of you, aren't there?
I hope.
Let's see if you can mention 4 colloquial terms that name foods that might be used as substitutes for meat on Meatless Tuesdays. In other words, any colloquial term using the name of any other food that might be used as a substitute for ordinary meat. Mr. Levant.
You poor fish.
Yes, personal remarks are barred on it. That's very good, however.
What's the difference between meatless days and the days you're supposed to be able to get meat, incidentally? That's just...
You mean you can get meat on Meatless Tuesdays?
I don't know.
No, you can't. Now, poor fish is a perfectly good one. Mr. Kieran.
Let him eat crow.
Let him eat crow? Aren't you mixing that up with Marie Antoinette's let him eat cake?
No, well, let him eat crow now.
To eat crow is an old expression, sure. Mr. Adams.
A man of your kidney.
That's all right. Because Mr. Adams is quite right, because kidneys are allowed on Tuesdays.
Liver alone and like it. Oh, that's bad.
Mr. Kieran?
On Meatless Tuesday, why, you can make your enemy eat his own words.
That is as bad as meat.
Yeah, it's an awful cheap toppled oatmeal.
We're a turkey here.
Yes, that's a very good one.
Lay an egg.
Lay an egg. There we are. Mr. Rogers, what were you going to say?
I'll have your liver and your lights. Liver or your lights.
Liver or your lights. Very good. Those are both things you can eat if you wish on Meatless Tuesdays. And now Mr. Rysdale, without naming any names, says that experts are likely to be rather critical people.
Well, Mr. Fadiman, I mean critical in a good sense. For example, a tobacco expert smoking a cigarette obviously does so with a full knowledge of the facts. Certainly, mildness and better taste depend upon fine tobacco. And that's worth remembering when you consider that the overwhelming preference of independent tobacco experts goes to Lucky Strike. These experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, know tobacco from A to Z. So they can't help but know the kind of tobacco that means a better smoke for you. And at auctions they attend, they obviously see who buys what tobacco. Yes, year after year, tobacco experts see Lucky Strike consistently select the riper, lighter, milder leaf. Smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Mr. Fadiman, have I shown that Luckies have what it takes to please the critical?
Yes, Mr. Rysdale, your 60-second summary makes clear why, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1. And now the next question comes from a gentleman, presumably from Washington, who prefers to be unnamed, and you will see why when I read the question to you. I assure you that we will pay out in any case, but we will not name the asker of this question. Who made each of these remarks about the government and its employees? The first remark is as follows. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a committee by the toe. If they holler, give 'em dough. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who said that? Mr. Levant.
That could be in, not Let 'em Eat Cake, Of Thee I Sing.
That's right. Remember the character who did sing?
Throttle Bottom.
Throttle Bottom is right.
Convening of the Senate.
Was it about the Senate?
Yeah.
Well, that lets you out,
The
Mr.
Senate
Rogers.
meets to impeach William Gaxon, who at that time was wintergreen for president.
Very good. Yes, that gives us practically the complete plot, free of charge. Now, how about who said this? Please can be taught practically anything that a congressman can. Mr. Rogers, do you have any idea?
I protest.
Exception. Mr. Kieran?
I thought it might be Will Rogers.
Sounds very much as if it would be, but it's Mark Twain. Mark Twain said, please can be taught practically anything that a congressman can. And,
I didn't think it was the old man.
Well, who said this? What this country needs in Congress is a man who owns his own dress suit.
That's him.
That's him, Mr. Rogers. You know what I'd like to hear you say, Mr. Rogers? I'd like to hear you say that sentence your own way. Because I bet it sounds a lot like the way your father used to say it. What this country needs in Congress is a man who owns his own dress suit. Just say it for us, will you?
Seriously?
Yeah, sure.
Just say it.
What this country needs in Congress is a man who owns his own dress
Well,
suit.
that sounds a little bit like the old man. Not so funny.
No.
Pretty
Not
good. That gives us 3 out of 3. Now, how about 2 out of 3? Now, how about this one from Corporal Technician Victor Cates of Wilson, North Carolina? In Army talk, what's the difference between these words? Among these words, we might say, furlough, pass, and leave. What's a furlough? Mr. Kieran.
Soldier goes on furlough if it's a time limit over a pass leave limit, which is a short. You go on pass downtown, you might get an overnight pass.
Well, now, that's the idea, but exactly how many days, Mr.
3
Wright?
days, I believe, is a pass.
Under 3 days or over for
Under for a pass and over for a furlough.
That's exactly right.
Wrong.
Wrong?
I say, a furlough is anything over 3 days for an enlisted man.
Didn't he say that?
What else did I say?
I thought he said that.
What he means is that an officer goes on leave.
Yes, that's right.
I hope to have caught him.
Yes. If an officer goes on leave for more than 3 days, that's called leave. Absence from duty for over 3 days.
What is AWOL? That's not a furlough, is it?
That would be the kind of furlough that you'd probably have to get, Mr. Levant, if you were in the Army. Gosh, it seems tough stumping you people. How about this one from Abraham Kaplan of Washington, D.C., otherwise known as our nation's capital, if you're a commentator, whose language is being characterized in these lines. And my language is plain. Whose language is being... Mr. Adams.
That's Bret Hart.
Bret Hart's the author of the line.
Bret Hart, and my language is plain. That's the heathen Chinese.
Yes, you've got the right poem, all right. But whose language is characterized by that? Who says that about his own language, Mr. Kieran?
Truthful James.
Truthful James, yes. Plain language from Truthful James.
That's the title of the poem, isn't it?
That's the title.
Plain speaking from Truthful James.
Plain language from Truthful James.
Plain language, Mr. Rogers, that's right.
You are all right.
You're doing fine, Mr. Rogers. Now, how about this one? She speaks a various language. Who is the she in she speaks a various language? I have both Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams. I'll go by alphabet. Mr. Adams. I'll brain you if you get this wrong, Mr. Adams. See, you don't know.
That's a reflex.
Him who in the love of nature.
Oh, yes, you got the poem, all right. Mr. Kieran, who's the one?
Well, he just named it Nature.
Nature.
Yes, nature. Sure.
Ma nature.
Yes, Ma nature. That's the one. Now, how about bad language or abuse? Whose language is characterized, Mr. Adams?
Captain Corcoran.
What's he from?
He is from HMS Pinafore, or The Lass Who Loved a Sailor.
Yes, very good. And how does he happen to say, use the phrase bad language or abuse? Can you give us a line or two in which that occurs?
I never use whatever the emergency.
And never use what?
I never use a big D. What, never?
Hardly ever. All right. 3 out of 3, and now one from Ralph Baltzell of New York City. And this is a difficult musical question, gentlemen. Mr. Rogers, how are you on music?
Very poor.
Very poor. Well, you can sit in with Adams and Kieran then. Each of the following symphonies is opened by a solo instrument. I want you to identify the symphony and the instrument. Let's have the first. Mr. Levant.
It's either Sibelius or the old oaken bucket.
Well, I suppose we throw out the bucket and leave Sibelius. And which symphony is that? What number? Opus number what?
I think it's 7.
It's number 2, I think. Sibelius number 2. And what is the instrument? Don't look.
Oboe.
Oboe. All right. Very good. And now the second of these tests. Mr. Levant again.
The piano plays there, too. That's in the Shostakovich number 1, the scherzo, right after the first movement.
That's very good, yes. Very good. And what was the instrument, Mr. Levant, was played?
It was a trumpet.
Yes, muted trumpet, quite right. And now the third and last of these. Well, the rest of you boys are sure having a rest. I've got 2 hands for Mr. Levant.
That's very pathetic. That's a pathetic symphony of Tchaikovsky.
Yes.
A bassoon.
A bassoon, yes.
They say out west.
That's 3 out of 3. And now, before we go on to the next question, here's Mr. Cross, who's willing to wager that you never thought of this as a cradle song. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that historic chant is truly a lullaby for tobacco. The riper, lighter, milder Lucky Strike leaf that's sold American at auctions all over the South actually goes to sleep for 2 to 4 years to age and mellow for your Lucky Strike. Indeed, as visitors to Richmond, Virginia may have noticed, above our great storehouses there is a big sign reading, "Quiet, please, tobacco asleep." And in Durham and Reedsville, North Carolina, in Lexington, Kentucky, and elsewhere in the tobacco country, sleep many more hundreds of millions of pounds of fine Lucky Strike tobacco. Ladies and gentlemen, these facts help to illustrate how important fine tobacco is to your smoking enjoyment. Before you light your first Lucky Strike, just stop and think that it took 2 to 4 years for that Lucky to be born. Then light up your Lucky Strike, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw, and enjoy to the full the mildness and mellowness of fine tobacco, carefully selected, patiently aged, perfectly blended.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And now a question from R.J. McBride of Washington, D.C. What nations successfully used these tactics in fighting against tanks? What one used airplanes equipped with anti-tank cannon? Mr. Rogers.
Everyone knows that. The Russians.
The Russians. And what were those planes called?
Stormovik.
Stormovik, yes. You have a very fine Russian accent. You got that out in California?
Like my English accent.
That's quite right. Now, which nation used buried anti-tank guns? Mr. Levant.
Germany, in their first retreat from Russia, they dug them as defense, instead of...
Germany is right. Whether they used it against the Russians, I don't know.
The first time they retreated, they must have.
Is that right, Mr. Rogers? You seem to know about that.
Probably right.
Well, I also am informed that the Germans used them against the British in Libya in the spring of 1942, but they might have used it in Russia at the same time. All right. Now, how about a nation that used self-propelled artillery in fighting tanks?
Oh, no.
Mr. Kieran.
We're using them right now.
Yes, we are, and before us, who did? Mr. Rogers?
Well, the Germans used them.
They did use self-propelled artillery? I'd hate to think that. I thought we had the edge on them there.
What about the Italians in those Taranto and the Mediterranean? That's not artillery, that's the Navy. I know, but it's generally considered American.
Generally, it's considered American, but I understand the British used them in their breakthrough at El Alamein. Great victory of some time ago.
Of which a great deal of it was our own, I believe.
Our own self-propelled artillery? Well, it's nice to know that. And how about this one from Robert Delson of New York? Identify these famous performers. The first was a pianist who talked to himself in public. Mr. Levant?
Vladimir de Pachman.
Vladimir de Pachman.
A cutie, too. He was cute.
You haven't learned anything from him, Mr.
Very
Levant?
much. I talk about him and to myself all the time.
Vladimir de Pachman, yes. How about a conductor who lectured his audience on their lack of taste? Mr. Adams.
That might be L. Stokowski.
Yes. Where did this happen, Mr. Adams?
I think it happened in this here hall.
It was the same hall, but naturally an entirely different audience. Mr. Levant?
It was at the performance of the Schoenberg Violin Concerto.
Yes. By the way, is it good?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Schoenberg's a great composer. It's good.
Well, you're...
I know I'm getting Philadelphia hostile. But it's good.
Well, they're very nice about that sort of thing. They'll forget what you said in no time. How about this?
I don't want them to forget. I want them to remember.
And listen to Schoenberg? That's too much all at one time. Identify this performer. He appeared on the stage with his instrument, but he never played it. Mr. Levant.
Last year there was a radio gag, and somebody appeared at Town Hall. Olean Hall's been dead for years.
Hasn't it, though?
It was a gag. I wouldn't take it or... What's the name of that program?
I don't know.
Shut Up or Put Up or whatever it is.
Take it or leave it?
I don't know. And it was a gag. Couldn't play at all.
Well, also there's another performer, more famous, Joe Cook, who used to tell the story about the four Hawaiians, had a mandolin in his hand, he never did play.
Ukulele.
Ukulele, something of the sort. How about this one from F.I. Whiteman of New Haven? On what front of World War I were these soldiers of fiction located? The first is Sergeant Grisha. Who is Sergeant Grisha? Mr. Levant.
That's the Russian-German front.
In what war?
World War
World
War
War I, yes. And you'll find Sergeant Grisha in what book?
The Case of Sergeant Grisha by Zweig, Arnold Zweig.
Very good. How about this one? On what front of World War I was Lieutenant Henry located? Lieutenant Henry, Mr. Levant.
Italian.
Very good. And Sergeant Quirk, Mr. Kieran.
He was on the Western Front in the American Army and what price
That's
corps?
exactly right, and that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for joining our Bond tour this evening. In a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guest, and we'll triumphantly announce that, owing to the fact that the brains of these gentlemen have been stimulated by their stay in Philadelphia, we have paid out no sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and no $50 war bonds tonight. Now, next week, in addition to Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran, we announce our old friend, the music critic and composer, Deems Taylor, and Charles Coburn, outstanding stage and screen actor, well remembered for his role in The Devil and Miss Jones, and more recently in George Washington Slept Here, and soon to appear in The More the Merrier. Remember, send letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Let that historic chant remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. No wonder that with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
Here are the top tunes on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade. 1, 2, 3, 4, sound off. Well, greetings and hiya, gang. This is Harry Von Zell, all set to sound off for the tunes you ordered to be played on this parade. And here's the ditty your orders made number 4 today, Tuxedo Junction, and the Sweethearts of Rhythm play it, fellas. That's an all-gal band. And number 3. This is a sonata that goes way back to the fence. It's a good tune, though, and Joe Stafford and the Pied Pipers make it better. Love is just around the corner.
Love is just around the corner, any cozy little corner. Love is just around the corner when I'm around you. I'm a sentimental mourner, and I couldn't be forlorner when I'm sitting on a corner just waiting for you.
Venus de Milo was noted for her charm.
But strictly between us, you're cuter than Venus, and what's more, you've got on.
Let's all cuddle in a corner, any cozy little corner.
Love is just around the corner when I'm around you. Love is just around the corner, any cozy little corner. Love is just around the corner when I'm around you. I'm a sentimental mourner, and I couldn't be forlorner when I'm sitting on a corner just waiting for you.
Venus de Milo was noted for her charm.
But strictly between us, you're cuter than Venus, and what's more, you've got on. So let's go cuddle in a corner,
any cozy little corner.
Love is just around the corner.
Love's just around the corner when I'm with you.
Well, now, the gang in Dutch Harbor sent in enough orders to make this one number 2. It's some solid sugar from south of the bouncing border, entitled Brazil. The Les Paul Trio work it over. Now, this is the spot where you tell us what's what and whether you want it sweet or hot. Just write the sound off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Tell us what your favorite tune is, and we'll get it up here. Now, attention, men, we present the pewter pin. The award for the nicest letter of the day goes to Private First Class R.B. Garrett, at APO 528. Thank you, friends. And here she is, your sound-off special, Mildred Bailey, singing Long Ago and Far Away.
Long ago and far away, I dreamed a dream one day, and now that dream is here beside me. Long the skies were overcast, but now the clouds have passed. You're here at last. Chills run up and down my spine. Aladdin's lamp is mine. The dream I dreamed was not denied me. Just one look, and then I knew that all I'd known for long ago was you.
Here is the top spot and the winner's slot. Number 1. This is a ballad bit that's been ordered from a lot of widely separated points, so now it comes right back at you. Don't Sweetheart Me, Frankie Carl at the piano. That's your favorite 4, the tunes you ordered and played the way you requested them. Now, don't forget to write and let us know what else you want to hear. The address is Sound Off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. This is Harry Bonzell saying so long until later. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
Heavy Allied air activity in Europe, in Africa, and in the Pacific is making secure the hard-won hold on the initiative that the United Nations have gained on all the fronts of this war. In French North Africa, the political situation has held the center of the stage. But every day, the military reports have told the story of Allied flyers pounding at the Axis supply ports and strafing and bombing Axis land communications. This is the all-important preliminary to any all-out land offensive. British planes bombed and machine-gunned enemy vehicles on the roads leading from the port of Sfax in Tunisia, and other Allied airmen continued to hammer at Axis targets around the clock. The raids were carried out by the new Bisley planes of the Royal Air Force. Meanwhile, French headquarters announced that French troops fighting northwest of Kairouan had seized several important points near Jebel de Babou. And now, for the news direct from French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers' Charles Cullingwood reporting. We regret that due to transmission difficulties, we are not able to get the report from Charles Cullingwood in Tunisia right now, so we turn to London for the report of a big air raid on Berlin. For the details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
London expects to get the details of last night's raid on Berlin sometime after midnight tonight, British time. So far, what we know about the Royal Air Force attack is that a strong force of heavy British bombers dropped a great weight of bombs on Berlin, and large fires were seen from the air. One bomber is missing from the strong force. Last night's was the 54th Royal Air Force raid on Berlin. The 53rd was made on a night in November of 1941. So, you see, Berlin went through the whole year of 1942 without a raid from the Royal Air Force, but the Russians were over Berlin a number of times. However, those early raids on Berlin were on a small scale, a very different operation from the kind that is now considered a normal raid, made on the principles of concentration and saturation of defenses, made with greater numbers of big four-engine bombers with their bombs of 4,000 pounds and 8,000 pounds. Those old raids were usually directed against single, important war targets, railroad stations, for instance, factories and power plants. If British bombers fly the most direct route to Berlin from this country, they have to cover some 1,200 miles, much of the journey over enemy territory. When the Royal Air Force planes arrive at the German capital, they have to face very powerful defenses. Still, from last night's raid, only one British plane is missing. London was glad to get today's Cairo communique telling us of the opening of a new phase of the Battle of Tripolitania, but London was not surprised. Those strange German reports put out yesterday about fierce battles in which the Axis forces had stopped the Eighth Army bore a strong resemblance to those fake German reports which were put out back at El Agela. This latest forward drive of the Eighth Army began at 7 o'clock Friday morning, and the latest reports in London are that the forward movement has been uninterrupted and the British have advanced some 40 or 50 miles from Wadi Zemzem. A British correspondent at the front with General Montgomery's forces says that the start of the 8th Army's new drive is the biggest moment since El Alamein. And now back to New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Several days ago, one of the CBS reporters heard on this program, Charles Collingwood, gave the world its first news of the French royalist plot to establish a monarchy in North Africa. Right now, you are listening to the dramatic story of history-making events. And in months to come, radio will give you every step in the complete defeat of the Axis. There's a story you won't want to miss. And the one way to make sure of hearing every single chapter is to take care of your radio. For you won't be able to get a new set until after the complete story is told. At present, your Admiral dealer can put almost any radio in perfect shape, regardless of make or condition. But as the weeks roll by, new parts will become increasingly difficult to obtain. So the wise man will call his Admiral dealer now and have minor adjustments made before vital parts are too far gone to be repaired. Remember, your radio set is a precious instrument, your only way of hearing the story of the battles as they are fought. And remember also, your Admiral dealer is the expert who will do everything possible to keep your radio in tip-top shape for the duration. Admiral dealers have the facilities, the knowledge, and the backing of Admiral. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, here once again, for Admiral Radio, is John Daly.
Now for news of the situation along the Pacific war fronts, Admiral Radio takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
Australia's eternal bugaboo, shortage of manpower, promises to become even more serious during the few months just ahead. Prime Minister Curtin's statement that at least about 210,000 persons will be needed for war work or active service within the next 6 months poses a situation which he himself described as of utmost gravity. 210,000 persons doesn't sound so large when considered in the light of America's population. But in a nation of 7 million, where more than 1 out of every 10 persons is wearing the uniform of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, or one of the women's auxiliaries, it's a staggering order. Actually, 210,000 Australians is the proportion equal of nearly 4 million Americans. And when America reaches its 4th year of war, 4 million able-bodied men and women not already working for the war effort will be hard to find. The Prime Minister is frank in his admission that the answer to this problem has not yet been found. But unless the answer is found, the probable alternatives are curtailment of war production or starving the services of reinforcements, he said. General Sir Thomas Blamey, commander of the Allied land forces in the Southwest Pacific area, in a radio talk to Australia a few hours ago, warned against any feeling that our signal success in Papua meant that the Japanese menace to Australia has ended. He praised the joint work of the American and Australian soldier in the Buna campaign, but predicted that Japan is still anxious to eliminate Australia as a possible Allied base from which a successful offensive might be launched. He pointed out that in New Guinea, the peril of tropical diseases was even more deadly than the menace of the Japanese. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
In the Far East, British bombers supporting the British drive in western Burma against Akyab successfully bombed targets on Akyab Island, and heavy bombers of the United States 10th Air Force left a 7,000-ton Jap cargo vessel sinking and another ship damaged in a Jap convoy south of Rangoon. Thus, new news of aerial activity in the Far East. Besides these major raids, today, Allied flyers, mostly fighters, dropped light bombs and machine-gun Jap trains and coastal shipping. The ground forces are still fighting about 25 miles from Akyab. Once again, the reports, as in Europe, from the Far East are reports of air activity, of Allied efforts to smash at the enemy's communications, not only to smash at his principal bases of communication and supply, but also to cut into his equipment for the transport of those supplies. The news from Cairo this morning that the British Eighth Army is again on the offensive is news that is good news because we've waited for it for several days. The latest dispatches say that the Allied forces have swept to within 110 miles of the Axis base of Tripoli. You'll remember that the British Eighth Army struck Friday at 2 points, at the center of the Axis line and also at the Axis right flank. It skirted the impassable depression there and drove into the open desert where Rommel has little chance of digging in for another stand. Thus, the news of Montgomery's Eighth Army once again in action. And it's news that ties in with the news of the French force that came up from the Lake Chad area in Africa and which for the past several weeks has been winning one battle after another. This French force is, of course, still several hundred miles south of Tripoli, still several hundred miles south of the flank of Rommel's army. But it's a factor that has to be considered in the fighting that is going on now in Tripolitania. How far the French force will be able to move without further supplies and perhaps without having to wait some time to pull up major supplies from its bases, no one as yet can tell. But it's very possible that the British Eighth Army may find itself operating with a friend on its flank much sooner than it's expected. We expect to have the news from Cairo direct. Bob Trout has already given us a report on the fighting in Libya from London. And for further details, Admiral Radio takes you now direct to the Columbia correspondent in Cairo.
The Eighth Army, having pushed through the German defenses west of Duarat, continued the attack today and kept up the pressure on Rommel's fighting rear guard. General Montgomery's advanced units were heading up the tarmac road that leads north to Misurata. They were striking across hard desert to the west and northwest. They were pursuing the enemy in 3 directions, while supply columns with fuel and ammunition were piling after them. Latest reports placed British forward troops on a line that runs roughly east to west across 50 miles of Tripolitanian Plateau. The westernmost point on that line is due south of Homs. The battle that picked the Africa Corps out of the Burak area on Friday night was the first head-on clash the British have had with the enemy since Alamein. But it was not a large-scale battle. Rommel did not pit his whole strength against us. He did not have all his available forces lined up along the Zemzem Gully. He had already withdrawn a fair number of his troops so that he could make a fast getaway when he saw the British steamroller coming. At the same time, he massed enough guns and armor around Zemzem to make the British attack. It was familiar Rommel tactic, delaying as long as he could with a minimum of losses when it came to a showdown. British troops are now rampant in open desert, and I imagine Rommel will have a harder time now than he did at the Gala in keeping the place littered with minefields. But there's no reason to think the Eighth Army will have a clean, easy sweep all the way to Tripoli. The eastern approaches to that city are covered by a chain of hills slanting inland from the coast near Homs. So Rommel may practice his favorite delaying technique again. He has an estimated 50,000 troops, including some crack German infantry battalions. Somewhere in the background, he has 3 Italian divisions. I don't think any of these are going to stop the Eighth Army for long, but there will probably be a few more hurdles to scale before the British get to Tripoli. This is Winston Burdett in Cairo. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Again, we turn to the Pacific for some intimate glimpses of the war in that theater. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
Share of the credit for the capture and retention of our base in Guadalcanal must go to the American fighter plane squadron. Just returned to Pearl Harbor are 2 young naval officers who actually controlled many of the spectacular combats in the skies above the Solomons. These are Commander John H. Griffin of Annapolis, Maryland, who directed fighter operations for the carrier, and Ensign William Knoll of Pasadena, California, who directed Marine, Navy, and Army fighter groups out of Guadalcanal. Commander Griffin, is your carrier still doing her stuff against the Japs?
She sure is. Her boys are knocking the Zeros and Combinations for a loop every time they can find them.
They tell us you fellows have been shooting them down at a rate of 4 fire to 1 down there. How do you account for this?
The main reasons are better pilots with lots of armor in the seats of their pants. The good old Drummond Wildcat is a sturdy airplane, and plenty of 50-caliber machine guns don't do any harm either. In fleet operations such as those we have just been through, the accuracy and volume of our ship's anti-aircraft fire is another powerful factor on our side.
In what recent battle did you observe these factors most effectively combined?
In mission off the Santa Cruz Islands, on our squadrons and anti-aircraft knocked down more than 100 Jap planes.
Do you expect important carrier battles in the future?
Certainly. We've got to wipe out the Jap's carriers before we hit him where he lives.
Commander, do you recall any particular incident that typifies the makeup of our flyers?
Yes. One day when our force was being shadowed by a 4-engine Kawanishi, I directed the combat patrol to attack. In a few minutes, both the Jap and our patrol disappeared from view. I was getting pretty anxious about the result of the chase, but I hated to bother our fighters by asking unnecessary questions when I knew they were plenty busy. When I could restrain myself no longer, I asked the leader, "What's the dope? Any luck?" He came right back with a model 4-word report. Kawanishi found and down.
Commander, did your force have a hand in turning the Japs back in the big battles around Savo Island in November?
Our battleships, cruisers, and destroyers did, of course, and our air group dished out plenty of damage on their own. Our dive bombers and torpedo planes got in their licks on the transports, and the fighters sure knocked down their share of the Zeros. Bill Noel can tell you more about the operations down the Guadalcanal.
How about that, Bill?
Every pilot did a great job, and I think that General Woods of the Marine Corps deserves a lot of credit. It was a wonderful example of a unified command. Not only the Marines, but the Navy and the Army and the New Zealand squadrons, too, were there. And the General had them working together, not as separate units, but as one force. Attack groups often consisted of Navy torpedo planes and Army bombers, escorted by combined Navy and Marine fighters. But both the Army and Navy pilots had to take off their huffs, the Marine dive bomber pilots. They were the workhorses the entire campaign.
They tell me operating conditions on Henderson Field are pretty tough.
Conditions are still difficult, but they were a lot worse in October. The pilots didn't live as aviators are properly supposed to. They slept in muddy foxholes at night when they could sleep, and ate when they could find the time. The pilots were billeted only a half mile from the Japanese positions. They fought Jap raids, mud and dust every day. There was no picnics for the mechanics either. The pilots' success in shooting down so many Japs was in large part due to the mechanics' upkeep of their planes.
In a word, what's the air situation down there today, Commander Griffin?
The situation's a lot better than it was last August, but we still have a tough job ahead of us. Our boys, who are meeting the Japs over the Solomons every day, must have a continuous flow of planes, ships, and supplies. These must constantly increase.
Thank you, Commander John Griffin and Ensign William Knoll, for your excellent close-up of our air operations against the Jap and the Solomons. Good luck. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
Biggest United Nations successes are still in Russia. For that story, here is Larry Lesseur, Columbia's correspondent who recently returned from Moscow.
The ice of the frozen River Don is blotched with red today, and Adolf Hitler's prestige among the German people, and above all within the German army, is being struck the first of many blows from which it will never recover. Those red banner armies of Russia are surging back over the white blanketed wheat fields of the Soviet Southwest, and the rich black earth which Hitler's conquered last summer, at such a cost of blood and machines, is slipping from the frozen fingers of his armies at a rate which astounds everyone, except the Russians. In that red-walled citadel set up in the center of snowy Moscow, called the Kremlin, the Russian High Command is planning its moves as carefully as on a chessboard. And today, with a smashing move against the remnants of Hitler's cracked Fifth Army trapped outside Stalingrad, they are calling checkmate on Hitler's last summer offensive against the Volga and its chief city, Stalingrad. From every side, the heavy booty, fur-hatted peasant army of Russia is pouring fire into the 75,000 Germans and Romanians who have not denied any way of escape. Here, the trapped Germans are holding 60,000 starving Russian peasants and workers as hostages. Many persons have forgotten the great migration of Russian factories and workers from the conquered lands last year, but the workers haven't forgotten. Settled now in New East of Volga, in the Urals and Siberia, their factories are now turning out equipment which is making the present Russian offensive possible. And with every step that they advance, the Red Army is winning back for its wives and mothers in the factories the richest agricultural lands in all Europe. Every foot of this blood-soaked black earth will grow food for Russia next spring. The Russians make a practice of never announcing an offensive until it's achieved some success, but there are rumors that they are moving to free Leningrad at the long end of the battle line. Just a year ago today, I talked to the Russian general who will play a great role in this gigantic task. Dark, incisive-looking General Gavorov, smasher of the Finnish Mannerheim land, the artillery expert who cracked the German stronghold at Mozhaisk. I talked to him in the smoking ruins of Mozhaisk, 60 miles in front of Moscow. He said, "We are counting on our allies, and until they are ready, we will give the invaders no rest until they are finally driven across the frontiers of Russia."
There are many news developments at home today also. For that news, Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
If you look at your calendar, you'll find, as I did, that March 15th is only 8 weeks hence. And unless Congress gets busy and passes some plan for paying as you go between now and then, March 15th is liable to cause a breakdown in our tax collecting machinery. The Treasury says everyone's got to make his return and arrange for lump or quarterly payment of his taxes between now and March 15th, or take the customary consequences in the form of a cash penalty. But many people, especially here in Washington, are certain that some form of pay-as-you-go will last, and they're not planning to make any income tax returns until it is. This means that the Treasury is going to have an even greater number of delinquencies this year than heretofore expected. In order to avoid a muddle over taxes, therefore, many congressmen have suddenly decided that pay-as-you-go has got to be given priority over all other pending legislation. Members of the House Ways and Means Committee are now considering a plan to separate pay-as-you-go from other taxation measures and rush it through Congress as quickly as possible. Other legislation due to receive priority has to do with the 48-hour week. Senator Reed of Kansas, with strong Republican backing, has just presented a resolution to repeal the wage and hour law and return to the 48-hour working week. Walter Reuter of the United Auto Workers is also advocating a 48-hour week, and so is Secretary of Labor Perkins, but with a difference. Mr. Reuter would retain the wage and hour law and guarantee 48 hours of employment every week to every worker. There's no fresh news about the Pennsylvania strike, which may be over tomorrow. There was a communique at 1 o'clock. It reports continued American bombings of the enemy airdrome at Munda in the Solomons and another Japanese bombing of our own positions on Guadalcanal. Some casualties were suffered among our troops, the Navy says, but material damage was slight, and our troops continued to advance despite the stiffening enemy resistance. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And now Admiral Radio brings you Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The British Eighth Army has struck boldly and apparently with great power in the direction of the Axis base at Tripoli. Abandoning the coastal road and its difficult salt marshes, General Montgomery has made a wide sweep through the open desert and is reported only 110 miles from Tripoli. Such a move indicates that Montgomery is satisfied that he is well superior in mobile fighting power, especially armored power, to any opposition that the depleted forces of Marshal Rommel can offer. Montgomery is a hard-headed, tough soldier who does not take reckless chances. His drive for Tripoli bypasses the German position at Misurata, which will be hopelessly isolated if Montgomery reaches the coast at Tripoli or anywhere between Tripoli and Misurata. This means that Misurata will probably fall into British hands and will then form an excellent advance base for the British, as is the first good harbor west, that is, the first point at which the British Navy could resume its work of supplying Montgomery's army on a large scale. Hence, Montgomery must have collected the supplies and equipment needed for his present push by using the long, weary desert road from Cyrenaica, and this accounts for the long pause in his operations. Meanwhile, the Allied air forces at the port of Tripoli, which has made it difficult for Rommel to build up his own strength through that harbor.
And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
These next few seconds might be used in describing the new Admiral radios to be made after peace has come. But right now, all Admiral facilities are devoted to producing radio equipment for America's war effort, most of it under direct supervision of the Army Signal Corps. And Admiral would like to pass along a little of the respect it feels for this great branch of our fighting forces. The United States Army has the finest communications equipment in the world, not by accident, but because the Army Signal Corps has worked night and day through peace and war to devise, invent, and improve communications equipment. The search for better signal equipment started with the first Chief Signal Officer America had, Albert Meyer, who devised wigwag communication. And the search still goes on. Every piece of equipment accepted must be better than the piece which went before. Small wonder, then, that Admiral considers it a privilege to work with the Army Signal Corps. For Admiral has always had that same aim, to make better and better radio equipment. An aim which will continue after the smoke of battle is cleared, when Admiral will again produce fine radios for American homes. Admiral Radios, America's smart set. A 2-cent bullet can stop a Nazi in his tracks. So how about buying a few bullets for our boys to shoot? 5 for a 10-cent war stamp. And those war stamps will fill that stamp book you started and forgot. Fill it. Change it for an interest-bearing war bond. Come on, America. There's 100 million partially filled stamp books lying around. Let's fill them completely this week. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our next news broadcast will be at 4:45 this afternoon. This is the WBBM Air Theater, your station in the Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Presenting the adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. The battle for control of Thorson's Island is still raging between a force of Marines and the native guards. Heavily entrenched in a hilly, fortified position, all the advantages seem to be with the natives. Captain Swain and Jungle Jim agree that a frontal assault, even if it were to eventually prove successful, might only be won at too great a cost. So Jim and one Marine scout, a Sergeant Mullins, start off through a swamp, hoping to approach the natives on an unguarded flank and, if possible, silence some of the machine gun nests.
Sergeant, that makes 4 guns we've gotten. Well, the idea was a pip, but even you got to admit you've been lucky so far. What are we going to do, take them all? We're not even going to try. Well, if we do, those guys back there are going to be awful sore at us. They'll call us heroes or something. Well, that's not what's worrying me just now. Worry? Why worry? We're sitting pretty. We got every gun on this side of the commission. Say, why don't the officers notice that this side has stopped firing? They have officers, don't they? That's what I've been wondering about. Maybe the rats left the ship before it sinks. Well, they didn't go far. Well, where could they go? That we'll have to find out. Let's inch up to that corner and see what's around it. You cover me with that Tommy gun. I'll go first. Go ahead, big boy. I'm right with you. Quiet now. Back up. The next gun we'd better leave alone for the moment. What's the matter? Don't you want it? It's got a sort of a concrete house around it. It sticks out on the corner of the wall, and there's no way in except a steel door at the back.
Wait a minute. Let me take a look at it. There's got to be some vent ports. You know how powder stinks up them little pillboxes. After a few minutes, you can't stand it without a gas mask. Jim. Hey, Jim. What? That's a tough hunk of turkey.
Well, I guess this is the end of our journey.
I suppose so. But look, if we could get it, boy, one man in there could stand off an army. Why, he could stand off 2 armies if he had plenty of ammunition. No, these guys who put up this island really meant business, didn't they?
The most dangerous bunch of spies I've ever heard of. If you wrote about them in a story, no one would believe you.
Hey, I got it. What a dope I am. What a zog. You ought to kick me all over the lot.
What for? What's the matter with you?
Pineapples.
Has this heat ever bothered you before, Sergeant?
It ain't the heat. I should have brought more, but I got 2 of them. Look.
Hand grenades?
Yeah. Oh, we'll just give them a little crushed pineapple.
Boy, this is like man in a desert. What are the fuses set for?
6 seconds. I'll just pull the pin, count a fast 2, and drop it in the vent.
Can we get near enough?
Near enough? Why, you could drive a jeep past the back of this pillbox and never be seen. But this is my party now, no horning in. I love these things, Jim.
Okay, pal. It's your idea and your party. Good luck. You might need it.
Wait till I get back and tell them guys the fun Jim and me had up here. Oh. And any guy that don't believe it'll get a punch in the nose. Well, here you go, Toots. 1, 2. Come on, Jim. We got some prisoners.
Stick 'em up, you, and drop that pistol.
Hey, you, drop it. Come on, get over there.
Get back in there. Come on, Sergeant. Well, congratulations, Sergeant.
Stand still,
You want to report this incident? You'd better prepare yourself for a set of lieutenant's bars.
Yeah, what would I do with them?
So we've got 2 prisoners, eh? Hey, keep your distance there. Better tie 'em up, Sergeant.
Come on, you guys. Keep 'em up or I'll smack you. I'll tie him to this gun mount, Jim.
Well, it only took about 10 seconds after you furnished the solution.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe this is going to be a swift campaign after all.
Well, I always says the right strategy is usually the quickest way to do it.
Pineapples, eh?
Stand still now, boy.
Why, they've become my favorite fruit, Sergeant.
Oh, I've always liked them, Jim. Well, now that we're here, what now? You want to grab the next one? I got one more grenade left.
No, I think our next move is back to camp. That is, for one of us.
I'll go, and I'll take these monkeys with me. We might get some information out of them.
No, Sergeant. I think I'd better take the journey back. And no need to take these prisoners. We've got all the information we need to finish up this job. All we need now is manpower.
Well, I still think we could finish it up alone, Jim.
Remember what Captain Swain said about who takes orders from whom?
Oh, okay. You're the boss. So what'll I do? I bet these guys can't even play pinochle.
Just hold the place till I get back.
Unknown to Bill, the radio man, and Big Tom, the overseer of the guards, Thorson has completed his plans to escape on the submarine alone, dooming not only the natives, but also Bill and Tom to capture or certain death, because he attached a time fuse to the store of high explosives deep under the castle in the underground harbor.
It's going to blow up, I tell you. Any minute, it's going to blow us up. Do you hear me?
Stop yelling. The dead can hear
Don't
you.
talk about the dead. I don't want to die. I'm going to get out of here.
Well, how you going to do it? Talk your way out? Shut up. Shut up or I'll knock you into next week.
What are you standing there for? Ain't you going to do something? Listen to that ticking. That's fate, counting what may be the last minute of our lives.
As long as you can hear the ticking, you don't have to worry. Now, how can we get through this door to disconnect that thing?
You're crazy to even try. It's got bars as big as your arm. You couldn't burn through it with a torch in less than an hour.
We can't get in there except by the elevator or through this door. Let's try that elevator
It's
again.
no good. The power line is down at the bottom of the shaft. Thorsten, he must have cut that, you know.
Well, we're stuck. Come on. Maybe we have got time to go up those stairs.
Wasting a lot of time already.
Come on.
Come on.
Suppose those natives have missed us and start to ask questions.
Well, don't answer them.
Yeah. They're liable to get mighty suspicious.
Don't answer them.
We ain't been near them but once all day.
Listen.
What?
Oh, we've got more trouble than those guys can give us. This is a volcano we're sitting on. I ain't kidding.
Well, we're safe up to here.
Come on, stop your fumbling. Open the door.
Not so fast. We don't want to open.
Let me at it.
That guy Thorson thinks of everything. He's put the safety lock systems on.
Huh?
This door can only be opened by a switch in the library.
I only want to live long enough to get my hands on his throat. Just once. But if we don't get out of here, neither of us are going to live. I got to get out. I got to get out of here.
Shut up. You're going nuts and you'll have me wacky, too. Now keep quiet. We got one chance.
Huh?
Give me a gun.
What?
Maybe we can shoot the lock off this door.
You can't shoot it off. It's
Give me
steel.
that gun. I can try, can I?
You can't.
Give it to me, I say.
You can't, I tell you.
You calm down now. Calm down. I can't think of both of us unless you help me. Now, brace up. Brace up. If we got a chance to get out, you're throwing it away. Now, get a hold of yourself.
Huh?
Get a hold of yourself.
What's the matter? What are you pushing me around for? let me go. I didn't do nothing to you.
You all right now?
Sure, I'm fine. What are we doing here?
Come on now, snap out of it.
Huh?
Give me a gun. Now, keep still, you idiot.
Oh, that ain't nice to talk to me like that, Joe.
Stop your nonsense. You know I'm Bill.
Now you're fooling. You're Joe.
Stand back, you fool. The only chance is to shoot the lock off that door.
Huh?
It won't come off. I figured out the lock for this door, too. Now I'm behind it. For a long time.
I like it here, Joe. So quiet.
Don't say another word or I'll kill you.
Jim makes his way through the swamp back to the Marine encampment. As he nears the camp,
Halt! Who goes there?
Friend, Jungle Jim Bradley.
Advance. Keep your hands high. You're not Bradley in that getup. I saw him leave camp. Come on up here.
Sergeant Mullins and myself borrowed 2 native uniforms.
Maybe. You walk ahead of me and tell your story to the captain. Get them all the way up, sir. Sorry if I have to get tough, but if you're who you say you are, why, it'll be all right. If you're not, why, you'll just take the consequences.
Do your duty, soldier. It's okay with me.
Come on, keep going. Sergeant, get the captain. This fellow wants to see him.
All right, hold everything. I'll get him.
All right, what's going on here? What's over? Jim.
Hello, Captain.
Release that man at once. How are you? We were beginning to wonder about you. Where in the devil did you get that uniform?
We borrowed these for a disguise, Captain, but didn't even need it.
Uh-huh. Where's Mullins?
He's okay. And Captain, what a man he is. Boy, he's marvelous. We've silenced 4 machine guns and a double one in the pillbox.
Wow.
Mullins is there yet with 2 prisoners. And we can walk in through the swamp and take over the rest of it whenever you're ready, Captain.
So, the situation is in hand, Jim, huh?
I'd say so, sir. Completely.
That's good. Sergeant, order assembly. Companies A and D ready to march fully equipped within packs in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All
How about some coffee, Jim? We'll need you to show us the way back, you know.
Oh, I'd love it, Captain. And say, maybe you could scare up something better to wear than these clothes.
Well, they're not the best I've ever seen on you. But they are quaint, to say the least.
Company's A&D at attention, sir. What are the orders?
What? Oh, keep 'em at ease. I'll be with you in a minute. Got to get Mr. Bradley here some pants.
that roar can only mean that the magazine has gone up in smoke. Don't miss the next exciting episode in the adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. Remember, no other comic supplement can give you the top names of cartoonland like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. The whole family follows the fun and frolics of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
Treasury Star Parade, starring Rudy Valley and his orchestra.
Bonds today. Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. 80 bonds today. Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the Freedom Band, asking you to buy a share of freedom today.
Hi-ho, everybody. This is Rudy Valley greeting you with another radio program in the feature series of weekly broadcasts for the United States Treasury. Gentlemen, a toast to the colors, to our red, white, and blue.
Red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. That's me and you. Red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. Something that sees us through. Something we know is true. Red, white, and blue.
They can take us as they find us. Let them try to get behind us. If we're right and know we're right, why then you'll find the red, white, and blue. Seeing the thing right through, just as we always do. Red, white, and blue. One of the quaintest tunes ever written. Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. No more company to feed. No more papers left to read. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. No more anything to drink. Leave those dishes in the sink. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. You're waiting now for me to say I love you more and more and more, dear. You're looking younger every day. You never were so sweet before, dear. No more money in the bank. No cute baby we can spank. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. Sportsman, tell us about Grandfather's clock.
Tick-tock, tick-tock-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. Tick-tick, it was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a penny, weighed more. Tick-tick, it was bought on the morn of the day that he was born, and was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found.
For it wasted no time, and it had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound.
Oh boy, here comes that guy with the key. Oh boy, do it again. Hot dog, engine out, I'm tight.
And it struck 24 when he entered at the door with the blooming and beautiful bride. Beautiful bride, beautiful bride, beautiful bride, ding, ding, ding. But it stopped short, never more to go again when the old man died. Tick, tick, but it stopped short, never, never to go again when the old man died.
Did you ever notice that invariably your taxi driver turns around and says, "Where to?" when you enter his cab? Thus begins for you a simple trip, but for him it is one of many, filled with every type of emotion and experience. To these faithful servants of traffic we dedicate the story of the taxi man,
Or where to? I'm a taxi driver. Always at the call of anyone who hails me. It's just the law, that's all. Traffic thin or thick, I can do the trick. And I'm handy in a storm, but when it's nice and warm, no one needs me. Then I'm a robber, pirate, see? I'm always being called out and sometimes getting bawled out. But when there's rain or snow and you've got somewhere to go, then you're glad to stop me. Ungrateful when you drop me. I'm all gassed up and on my way. Here's my first fare today. He says, get in, sister. I say, where to, mister? He says, through the park and go slow. Yeah, I know how slow to go. He says, close the window. That's so I can't hear. That's the same line of chatter year after year. Where to? Where to? Here's a guy from the Ritz with one-way jeans and mitts. Hails the Astoria. Tonight, my dear Gloria. Oh, boy, here's a dime. Have a good time. Yeah, a hot time on a dime. Well, I get back in line. Back is right. The lineup is tight. But I gotta get in. I gotta get in. Hey there, you get back in line. This spot is mine. And he's out of his cab with a mouthful of gab. Yeah, I know the lug with a sneer in his mug. Hey there, you like a sock in a jaw? Comes a voice from behind. Like a sock from the law? Get back in there, you, or a ticket you'll get. You're not the first bucko that I've ever met. Sorry, my lad, I wish you could stay. But a black is a black, and you're in the way. Where to? Where to? Where to? It's Lexington again, Madison again. Broadway, Fifth Avenue again. It's the same old story. Night after night, trip after trip. I've only one flag and only one ship. If it's down, it's clear sailing and everything's slick. If it's up, I ain't whaling, but that meter don't take... Cab, mister? Oh-ho, it's a drunk.
Say, where's the hotel? Don't want a joint, but nothing too swell. Say, what is this, a radio cab? Who's that singing? Valley? He's not up my alley. If I gotta hear someone sing, then turn on Bing. Sure, this place is all right. What do I owe you? For what? Think I'm a chump? Put 'em up. I'll show you. I say, I was only kidding. Been drinking a lot. Give me some change. All you got. Hey, officer, I give him a 10. He tried to shortchange me. Know who I am? I'm Senator Windpipes, near his kin. Here's my card. Run in!
It's phonies like that. Put us in skids. Send us home broke for the wife and the kids. Taxi! Taxi! I'm a doctor. Rush me quick. Got a patient very sick. Don't you worry about a ticket. I can spread it. Give it gas. Give it more. Keep that pedal on the floor. I'm nearly out of breath. This is life or maybe death. Come on, check out the lid. And watch that truck ahead. Come on, step up the pace. I've got to save this case. Watch out! Watch out! Sorry, driver, you're hurt. Didn't mean to make you speed. Watch that cut. It's going to bleed. Hurry, get some iodine. That'll fix the cut up fine. Here are $2. So I'll have to grab another cab. Nice of you drugstore guys to wipe the blood from my collar. Don't want the old lady to holler. What do I owe you? $1? Where to? Where to? Where to? Get in that cab. Go on, no gab. Get going. Get going. Step on it. Think I'm going back to stir on account of him? That filthy cur told him to stay away from the step on it. Get those coppers off my track. I got my cannon in your back. One false move and you're cold turkey. Give it gas. Don't drive so jerky. Don't look left. Don't look right. Come on, go through that damn red light. Go on. Don't stop. Hey, get the cop! He's gone, officer. Don't mind me. It's part of my racket, can't you see? We always get it, left and right. Coppers. Dead beats, day and night. Can't be choosy. Got to take anyone who yells. Taxi. Feels like my meter will soon stop to tick. My head's going round. I feel kind of sick. It's getting darker. Darker. I say, copper, I'm asking you. Where to? Where to? Where to? These are the songs that the boys sang in 1917 and 1918.
coming, the drums coming everywhere. So prepare, say a prayer, send the word to beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over there.
Just a baby's prayer at twilight, when lights are low. Poor baby's years are filled with tears. Oh, kindly tell my daddy that he must take care. That's a baby's prayer at twilight for her daddy over there. Right now, millions of loyal Americans are proudly saying, I belong to the largest patriotic club in the world, Uncle Sam's War Bond 10% Club. These folks are investing at least 10% of their entire incomes in United States war savings bonds and stamps every week and every payday. How about you? Are you helping to share in America's war efforts? Do you belong to the War Bond Club? Pledge yourself to invest at least 10% of your income, $1 out of every 10 you receive, in war bonds and stamps. This will make you a member of Uncle Sam's War Bond 10% Club. Ask your payroll savings officer or state administrator for the red, white, and blue window stickers and buttons. Remember, war costs money, and your purchase of war bonds and stamps will help to pay for the guns, tanks, planes, battleships, and ammunition our boys need to defeat the Nazis and the Japs. Answer your quota call and invest in the future security of America. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Eddie Bonds today. Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Eddie Bonds today. Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy and share freedom today. Eddie stands today. We'll be blessed, we all invest in the USA. Here comes the freedom man. Can't take him on a plan, not unless you buy and share freedom today.
The United States Treasury wishes to thank Rudy Valley and his orchestra and the sportsmen who gave their talents to this performance, and this station for the use of its facilities. Check your local newspapers and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
From the United States, for the Armed Forces of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents a delayed broadcast of one of America's most popular radio programs, Your Hit Parade.
Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord and swing into position. Can't afford to sit around a wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea. Yes, the sky pilot says you gotta give him credit for it. Gotta one key. Out here, praise the Lord, we're on the mighty mission. All aboard, we're not going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. ammunition and the deep blue sea. Yes, the sky pilot said it. You got to give him credit for a son of a gun was he. Praise the Lord. Shout and praise the Lord. We're on a mighty mission. All aboard. We're not a gold station. Praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord. Shout and praise the Lord. We're on a mighty mission. All aboard. We're not a gold station. Praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition and we'll all be free.
Well, friends, that was your singing star, Barry Wood, raising the curtain on your hit parade with this week's 8th ranking song. Now, that leaves 9 more of your favorites to be sung and played by Barry, Joan Edwards, the Hit Paraders, Mark Warnow, and the Lucky Strike Orchestra. But now your hit parade carries on with a grand ballad that holds down 6th place tonight. Here's Joan Edwards to sing, I Had the Craziest Dream. Number 9. This beautiful ballad continues its hit parade career to finish the week in 9th place. The Hit Paraders are in to sing Dearly Beloved.
light gave me a sign. I know that I'll be with some shower or shine. So I say, dearly beloved, be mine.
Your fifth-place winner. The song that holds down the halfway position tonight, Joan Edwards comes in to sing the tune with the number 5 rating, When the Lights Go On Again.
The boys are home again all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love. When the lights go on again all over the world, and the ships will sail again all over the world, then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and sweethearts will sing when the lights go on again all over the world.
A new tune that really came up with a rush. Barry Wood sings the romantic ballad you put in 4th place tonight, Moonlight Becomes You.
certainly know the right thing to wear. Moonlight becomes you, I'm thrilled at the sight, and I could get so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes your song.
Your Lucky 7 winner is a tune that's been a natural all the way, and it's still going strong. The hit paraders are in to take the musical measure of Mr. 5 by 5.
Mr. 555, he's one of those big bad bouncing boys, solid as a DuPont. Mr. 555, he's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 555, got 15 chins and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real hat-sad. He'd be Mr. 555. That man can really jump it for a fat man. The only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 555, he's really plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side.
For the Hit Parade's 3 top tunes of the week, the win, place, and show tunes from coast to coast. And we're leading off with number 3 as Joan Edwards sings the third place winner, Why Don't You Fall in Love with Me?
Why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
Runner-up song, number 2. After a sensational career in which it smashed all previous hit parade records at number 1, this tune rides in this week at number 2. Here's Barry Wood to sing a great ballad that's in second place tonight, White Christmas.
Where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Number 1 from the four corners of America, where your hit parade survey checks the musical preferences of you, and especially you, comes word of a new champion this week. Yes, here's the song that made the top of the heap in just 5 weeks. The hit paraders sing your favorite, your first place favorite from coast to coast. There are such things.
just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, fellas, here comes that high-powered show presented by the Special Service Division of the War Department for you high-powered service men and women in the service of Uncle Sam and all the United Nations. So pull up a loudspeaker and sit down with the stars of Hollywood who are not only out this evening, but all out to answer those swell letters from Johnny Doughboy and company. And now meet the commanding officer of Command Performance tonight, called in by Worldwide Command of the AEF, your Master of Ceremonies, Robert Taylor.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and hello, men. You've all heard of the Chinese Theater here in Hollywood, where the stepping stones in the lobby bear the footprints of the stars. But Command Performance is your stepping stone, with all the footprints filled by the magic of your letters. And tonight they're filled to overflowing. The first star we see tonight is a 4-star constellation that's coming out for the whole AEF, and especially for Sergeant Burks and the high-octane mob at APO 959, for Larry Killen, Ted, and Louie down there in Panama, and for a bombardment squadron in the bleak and barren hills around APO 937. Fellows, Command Performance sounding off with Mr. 5x5 and the King Sisters.
Mr. 5x5 is 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5x5 got 15 chins and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real half-fat. He be Mr. 5x5. That man can really jump it for a fat man. The only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 5x5 is slightly plump on the bottom side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. He can really rock it. Rock it. Well, twirl my turban, man alive. those big, fat, bouncing boys. Solid, ever do poise. Mr. 555. Jump for a fat man. The only trouble is there's no way of knowing what he's doing, coming or going. He's 555. Plump on the solid side. He don't shake no more from head to toe than he do side to side. Solid side. He don't shake no more from head to toe than he do side to side. Five, Head too tall, he don't shake more than he do from side to side.
That was swell, King Sisters, and many thanks. At this time, command performance has accorded me the honor of meeting one of our town's great comedians, a favorite of Jim Pierce in the Signal Department of Australia, of Stuart Irvin at Dutch Harbor, of Johnny Eubanks, who leads the rugged life at APO 937, Hollywood's gorgeous, glamorous, zany, Joan Davis.
Well, hiya, fellas, and thank you, Mr. Taylor, but you made a little mistake, Bob. You see, when I do a show for the soldiers, sailors, and Marines, my name isn't Joan Davis. No, it's Joan G. Davis.
Oh, really? Well, what's the G for?
Gladstone 2166. Whoa! Hold on to your teeth, folks. I sure am pulling them tonight.
Joan, they tell me the last time you were on command performance, you did a love scene with Cary Grant.
Oh, it was nothing. Really, it wasn't. No. No, after all, love scenes with Cary Grant are a dime a dozen. Has anybody got a dime?
Well, Joan, ever since Cary told me about it, I've been kind of hankering to do a love scene with you myself.
Oh, go on.
Oh, really, Joan, you're very attractive.
Oh, go on.
No, in fact, right now, I'd like to take you in my arms and kiss you.
Go on.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious, Joan. I've seen you do all those wonderful love scenes in pictures.
Oh, you have, Bob?
Yeah. Where'd you ever learn to kiss like that?
Biting my initials in trees.
Ah, Joan, my sweet, believe me when I tell you you're ravishing, you're lovely, you have international beauty.
Is that so?
When I look at your face, I see Paris, Bermuda, Rio, Havana.
Gee, I got quite a map, haven't I?
No, this is love, Joan, love. Call me what you like. Call me a fool. Call me a beast. Call me a wolf.
Call me a cab. I'm getting out of here.
Joan, my darling, just picture it. One day we'll be married, and we'll buy a little home on FHA.
Huh?
Well, you know what FHA is.
Oh, Oh, sure. That's where you get a house and you put $1 down and pay a little money for years and years, and just when you're beginning to hate the place, it's yours. Thank you, FHA owners. Thank you.
We'll play house all day long, Joan. I'll be Mr. and you'll be Mrs.
Oh.
What fun we'll have. And my sweet,
Yes?
do you know what we'll have after a year has passed?
No.
We'll have a little stranger in the house for you to cuddle and love while I'm away.
You mean we're going to take in a boarder?
Well, I guess that takes care of our love scene, Joan. I didn't do too well, did I? Tell me, is there someone else?
Well, yes, there is, Bob.
Some particular fellow?
Well, he's not too particular, no.
Tell me, what's he like?
Well, I just don't know how to tell you. It's just that, well, oh, he's my guy. And I don't care what he does, 'cause he's my guy. Yes, folks, my guy was a real guy. Blonde, wavy hair, big blue eyes, broad shoulders, 200 pounds, 4'11". Of course, I was taller than he was, but when we went out together, nobody noticed it because I wore flat heels and walked on my knees. Yes, what a romantic guy my guy was. Why, when he'd take me to the movies, we'd be just like Romeo and Juliet. He'd sit in the orchestra and I'd sit in the balcony. He used to tease me all the time because I was so skinny. So I went to a health farm, and right away I started gaining weight. Every day I put more on. Moron Davis, he used to call me. Yes, he used to say a lot of things that hurt me. But girls, when I'd run my fingers through his curly hair, it was all worth it. Do you know I found $3 in nickels there last night? So what gay times we had together. Why, I'll never forget the night we went dancing, and I accidentally tripped him, but he was swell about it. He just took me by the arm and broke it. And then came our wedding day. You know the old tradition about something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue? Well, it happened just that way. My guy took my old man's new car, borrowed $50 in blue. But nobody knows better than I that he's my guy.
Thank you, Joan Davis. And fellows, here comes Harry James and his orchestra. For Private Kanata and the Hepcats at APO 860. For Smith, Christie, Grimm, and the Navy Gang in Iceland. For the crowd at APO 937. And Private Whitten at 825. For the sailors at Londonderry, the Signal Gang at 811, and thousands more of you. It's I Cried for You. Ellen Forrest on the vocal, and Harry James.
just a little bit poor. I cried for you. Oh, it's your turn to cry over me.
Thanks a lot, Harry James. Well, men, we're asking you tonight to join with Command Performance to honor the silver wedding anniversary of Mrs. H.A. Delamos in the American Virgin Islands. Just 1 year ago, Lorne Elwyn Delamos left home to join the U.S. Army Air Corps. And these were his parting words. Don't worry, Mother. Wherever I am, I shall try to be with you for the silver wedding anniversary, unless my country needs me more. Well, his country did need him more. So, in our small way, we pay tribute to this Gold Star mother on her silver wedding anniversary with a song and the star she loves. Through the Years, sung by Nelson Eddy.
Through the years, I'll take my place beside you, smiling through the years. Through the years, I'll keep my place beside you, smiling through your tears. I'll be near no matter when or where. Remember, what is mine I'll always share. Through the night, I'll be a star to guide you, shining bright, though clouds may come and hide you. Through the years, till love is gone and time first disappears, I'll come to you, smiling through the
Thank you, Nelson Eddy. Well, gang, a flock of pigeonholes in the old Command Performance post office are chock full of letters signed by such fighting men as the Missouri Mules in North Ireland, the Arkansas Travelers in North Africa, who ask, what's going down in Pine Ridge, Arkansas, and how's about hearing from the fair-haired sons of Pine Ridge, Lum and Abner? Well, you're in, fellas. Radio's famous team of Lum and Abner.
Oh, they cut down the old pine tree.
Abner.
And they hold it.
Abner, for goodness sakes, how can I concentrate on my reading with all that singing and sweeping? Look at the dust you're raising here.
Oh, excuse me, Lom. I never aimed to. What you reading there? It's importance, anyway.
Oh, it's a book we got in the library here. It's called The Art of Self-Defense.
Self-defense? What are you reading that for?
Well, if I ever get a chance to take a whop at them Japanese, I want them to beat them at their own game.
Oh.
That's why I'm reading this chapter here for just jiu-jitsu made simple.
Huh?
That's what this chapter's about. It says jiu-jitsu made simple.
He was, huh?
Yeah. You see, jiu-jitsu is sort of the fighting that the Japs knows how to do.
Oh, well, what's them pictures there in that book, Caroline? What's them?
Well, they're pictures of fellers that's using these jiu-jitsu holds.
Oh, doggies. They must have been an awful big hurry to get them pictures took. They never even taken time to dress.
Well, they're dressed.
They got on their long underwear, Lom.
Well, that's what they wear when they do this jiu-jitsu stuff.
Well, are we going to have to go around town in outfits like that?
No, of course not. They just wear them when they're doing the jiu-jitsu.
Well, Lom, if a Japanese jumps on you, he ain't going to give you time to strip down like that before you start fighting.
Abner, I'm trying to tell you that we ain't going to dress like that. Them's professional wrestlers in these pictures here. They get paid for it.
They couldn't pay me enough to run around the outfit like that all the time.
Well, just forget about that and help me appreciate how to do this now.
Huh?
The important part about this is to practice. Now, here's a good one called throw an opponent over the head.
Oh, throwing who?
Opponent. That'll be you.
Me? You mean you're going to throw me over your head?
Yeah, that's the idea. Now, listen to the
Now,
direction.
just a minute, Lom. I ain't going to let you or nobody else throw me over their head.
Now, Abner, this won't hurt you a bit. Not much anyways, I don't think.
I don't care. I've still got 3 stamps left in my A book, and I want to use them up before I die.
Abner, there ain't a thing in the world to worry about. I've been reading this book most of the morning. I know exactly how it works. I guarantee not to hurt you. All I'll do is disable you a little.
Oh. Well, if that's all you're going to do, I'll try it once, I
That's
reckon.
better.
Yeah.
Now, let's see. It says, first seize left wrist of adversary, then raise your left foot against the thigh of adversary's leg.
Well, doggies, that's a pretty good trick. Who is adversary?
That's you. Here, give me your left wrist.
I thought you said I was opponent.
You're adversary now.
Oh, I believe I like that better anyway. Mr. Adversary Peabody, it sounds good.
Yeah, now then, in the same
Mr.
instant you
and
take...
Mrs. Adversary Peabody went to Cherry Hill Saturday to visit relates, and a good time
Abner,
was had by...
pay attention to what I'm trying to tell you here.
Here lies Adversary Peabody. Wait a minute, what am I saying here?
Well, just concentrate on the holes here now. In the same instant, hop as close to opponent as possible.
Opponent? Is he back again?
That's you.
Now, wait a minute, Lom. Who am I supposed to be, opponent or adversary? I believe I'd just as soon go back to Abner. I can't recollect all them fancy names, Lom.
All right. You're Abner then.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now it says for me to hold tightly with my right foot still in place and throw myself over backwards.
Well, here, wait a minute. You're wrestling yourself.
Carrying opponent with you.
Oh.
All right. You ready now?
Well, now, Lom, are you sure now that you know what you're doing?
Of course I know what I'm doing.
You sure that I won't get hurt when I fly through the air that way?
Of course you won't.
Well, all right. Well, now, what am I supposed to do when you grab my wrist? Am I supposed to pull again you?
Oh, yeah, you're fighting again me.
Pull as hard as I can.
Try
huh?
to keep me from doing
Oh,
it.
I'll pull as hard as I can.
Good.
Come on.
Here
I
we
ain't
go.
very strong, but I'll try.
1, 2, 3, go!
I reckon what got into old Lum. Jumped right over my head and right out the window without showing me that new hole. Well, I better get the floor swept out, I reckon. Oh, they cut down.
So long, Abner. Hope you find Lum. Thanks to both of you. And back for another command performance, the Lord High Trumpeter himself, Harry James. Hello again, Harry. What'll it be?
Well, Bob, mainly a sincere thanks to all those men in the AEF. Fellas, mighty nice of you to honor the boys and me. And for all of you everywhere, here's one of your favorites, the 2 o'clock jump.
Well, men, the rationing board in charge of doling out the minutes allows only 30 of same, so we're turning in our last coupon for tonight. But your command performance book holds good for the duration, so we'll be around with the all-star stuff again next week. And speaking of rationing boards, it's the job of a local board to spread things around in case of a shortage. But you guys over there are running a different sort of rationing board, an international one that's spreading steel and lead among the Axis. And brother, when you get through with your kind of rationing, there'll be a real shortage of Nazis and fascists and Japanese. This is Bob Taylor saying thanks and so long from the USA.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of you sons and daughters of Uncle Sam and you fighting and working partners throughout the United Nations. Thanks a lot for those letters, men, and send them to Command Performance, care of this station, or to the Special Service Division of the War Department in Los Angeles. And look for the reply each week and every week till it's over there. This is Ken Carpenter saying the best of the best from Command Performance. This program is produced for the men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Yank, the Army Weekly presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellows, the music you asked for. G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz right, the only address you need is Yank, the Army Weekly, USA. It's your newspaper by and for enlisted men. Just put your requests in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Well, then, all the torpedo tubes in the jukebox are loaded and ready to fire. This is Navy Day on G.I. Jive. And you lucky sailors, the task force is in command of that gorgeous moving picture and radio star, Miss Carol Bruce. Take over, Skipper Bruce.
Thank you, and hello there, sailors. Well, I've got all the gear in order here, so let's shove off with a rhythmic tribute to the gal friend of the first sailors to set foot on American soil, Queen Isabella. out of our system, let's turn to a few squibs of Navy news. At the Farragut Naval Training Station, a couple of recruits were penalized for smoking while they were at work, painting a sign. The infraction of rules wouldn't have been so bad, but the sign they were painting read, "No smoking." And now to oblige with a request or two, this next platter is being spun for bosun's mate Eddie R. Norman and apprentice seaman Horace G. Lindstrom. It's called Babushka Hop, and it's swung out by Rex Irving's Modern Men of Music. About a general order that was intended to put the clamp on too much promiscuous romance, but I don't think it'll do much good. The order in question is one that appeared on the bulletin board at the Norman Naval Training Station, and here's the way it read. Holding hands, hugging, and other displays of affection are proper only when the lady admits she is the sailor's mother. Can't you just see a couple being reprimanded for pitching a little too much woo, and the sweet young thing looks up at the SP and says, "Honest, I really am this sailor's mother. Didn't you all just hear me call him honey child?" And with that, we fire torpedo tube number 3. This is the tune for the real cat, because it's by Jimmy Dorsey and his ever-loving band. And it's that swell ditty, "Don't Be That Way." It's played especially for Seaman First Class Hal Simpson, who sent a letter requesting it. Here it is, Hal. In Iceland by the name of Warren Kilgore wrote to G.I. Jive and said that the Eskimos in that country use fish for money. He said they worked fine, except that it got pretty messy when you try to put in a phone call from a pay station. Of course, we don't believe it, but here's something that will make you believe in rhythm. It's Red Nichols and his boys, and they make you know it with King Kong. Thanks, fellas. It's been fun G.I. jiving with you. So long.
For the past 15 minutes, Yank, the Army Weekly, has been dishing out the G.I. Jive. Your show has been the screen and radio star. Miss Caddis is your show, and you caught what to hear right. The Yank, the Army Weekly. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
and listen to a quarter hour of uninterrupted music as Les Paul and his trio, with vocalist Pat Kay and Trudy Williams, bring you the folk songs of tomorrow.
I cover the waterfront. I'm watching the sea. Will the one I love be coming back to me? I cover the waterfront in search of my love, and I'm covered by a starless sky above. Here am I, patiently waiting, hoping and longing, oh, how I yearn. Where are you? Are you forgetting? Will you remember? Will you return? I cover the waterfront. I'm watching the sea, for the one I love must soon come back to me. Now it's your turn to cry over me. Every road has a turning. That's one thing I'm learning. I cried for you. What a fool I used to be. Now I found to eyes a little bit bluer. I found a heart just a little bit truer. I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry over me. Now I found two eyes a little bit bluer. I found a heart just a little bit truer. I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry. about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to mama, do. My sweet embrace of you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to mama, do. My sweet embrace above.
You have been listening to At Ease, with music by the Les Paul Trio and vocals by Pat Kay and Trudy Williams. Heard on today's program were I Cover the Waterfront, The Chic, Where or When from the musical show Babes in Arms, I Cried for You, Blue Skies, and Embraceable You from Girl Crazy. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman introducing another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. The golden era of jazz from 1920 to 1930 found this New Orleans baby wandering far from home. The people in New York, Chicago, and Kansas City were beginning to hear this new beat in music. Up Chicago way, the South Side rocked to the rhythm of some wonderful small combos like Red Nichols. When Nichols quit Whiteman in 1927, he organized his own group chiefly for recordings. Red employed great sidemen and influenced thousands of musicians throughout the world. The Nichols aggregation has put down on wax some of the finest evergreens in jazz, such as the Royal Garden Blues. side which features the great cornet of Red Nichols. From the very early days to now, this style has never become dated, for Red is ahead of the times. A true pioneer who lives only for jazz. Kansas City went for jazz just as wildly as New Orleans had a decade earlier. Nightclubs flourished even during Prohibition. Musicians were quick to take advantage of the new trend. Count Basie, Benny Moten, Walter Page, Bessie Smith, the greatest of all blues singers, Julia Lee. Julia sings a tune that has been popular in Kansas City for over 25 years. It's called Come On Over to My House.
Come on over to my house, baby. Nobody home but me. I've got a lot of kisses I can spare. Come on and get 'em, 'cause I don't care. I never knew a man could be so sweet. I dream about you when I go to sleep. Come on over to my house, baby. Nobody home, boy. Nobody home but me. Come on and get 'em 'cause I don't care. I never knew a man could be so sweet. I dream about you when I go to sleep. Come on over to my house, baby. Nobody home, boy. Nobody home but me.
Few women of this day and age sing as Julia Lee does, and the reason is very simple. She was there when it happened. She saw and heard the golden era come and go. Kansas City rhythm of 1929 and a great blues chorus like Trouble in Mind.
Trouble in mind, I'm blue, but I won't be blue always, 'cause the sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. I'm gonna lay my head on some lonesome railroad line and let that midnight freight train satisfy my wearied mind. Sometimes I feel like living, sometimes I feel like dying. Trouble in mind, I'm blue. My poor heart is bleeding slow. I've never had so much trouble in my mind before.
And so we leave the 20s, the never-to-be-forgotten period in jazz. Around the corner, the 30s were waiting, a fast-moving decade in which the whole world finally exploded. A new period, the third period for jazz, was about to be born, a thing called swing. Every week, Downbeat brings you the music of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, remember the future, man, because you're building it. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mail call from the United States of America. Stand by, Americans. Stand by, fighting men of the United Nations. Here's your special delivery airmail letter from the United States. It's Mail Call, an open letter to you from any American with anything worth saying, playing, or singing. It's Mail Call, the biggest slice of America we can send you in one radio envelope. Okay, America, start writing. Hey, Groucho Marx. Whatever happened to Groucho Marx?
That's what I keep asking myself. But I never get an answer. I think I'll turn it over to a detective agency.
Look, Groucho, you're supposed to start this letter.
I don't want you to think I'm hammy, Bill, but the least you can do is give me an introduction. After all, I haven't seen so many people since I had my relatives out for Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, I'd be glad to introduce you, Groucho, but on this program you just walk up without an introduction and start talking.
Oh, no, you don't. I tried that once with a blonde and got slapped silly.
Well, all right. All right, if you insist. Attention, men of the armed forces. In the past, as most of you know, Mail Call has brought you the top-notch guest stars of the entertainment world, such as Mickey Rooney, Edgar Bergen, Bing Crosby, Barbara Stanwyck, and others. But as you all know, all good things come to an end. After all, how long can we keep up that pace? So tonight, we bring you Groucho Marx.
What a reception. What an ovation. I can get a bigger hand than that just showing my spare tire. And another thing, Goodman, I didn't come down here to be insulted. I can stay home and be insulted.
Now, wait, Groucho, I wasn't trying to insult you. I thought you'd be happy to have your name linked with big stars, especially Barbara Stanwyck.
Sure, link me with Barbara Stanwyck. That's how those things always start. Scandal mongers like you dishing out dirt. It's going to look great in the morning when Robert Taylor picks up the paper and reads where Groucho Marx is going around with Barbara Stanwyck. Don't forget, Bob Taylor reads the papers. Don't think that just because he's a movie star he can't read.
Now, wait, Groucho, I didn't say that you were going with Barbara Stanwyck.
You don't have to say it. It'll be in all the papers tomorrow. You may not know, but it's generally known that Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor are married. What's Robert Taylor going to think about this? Better still, what's Barbara going to think of it?
Well, I'm sorry if I said anything to get you in trouble.
Sure, now you're sorry after the damage is done. Normally, I wouldn't mind a little vicious gossip. At the moment, I happen to be running around with Hedy Lamarr. In the future, I'll thank you to watch your tongue. You watch your tongue, and I'll watch Hedy Lamarr.
I didn't say you were going with Hedy Lamarr. I said Robert Taylor is going with Barbara Stanwyck.
Oh, now you've got Robert Taylor running around with Barbara Stanwyck. This is a fine state of affairs. A man running around with his own wife. What are the neighbors going to think? Suppose Judy Garland should walk in here and say, "Hiya, Groucho," right out of a clear blue sky.
Hiya, Groucho, right out of a clear blue sky.
It's a good thing for that cue it isn't raining. You see, these days a man's not safe in his own radio studio. See you later, man.
Hiya, fellas. This is Judy Garland. There's one thing you can say about this letter. It sure isn't formal. I guess this mail call microphone gets more surprises than any other mic on radio, because so many different people drop in to send a paragraph through it. Of course, the important thing is where it comes out. Through your loudspeakers up there in Alaska, or over the box beat kits in North Africa, or through your headphones on the 7 Seas. See, everybody here at home is really anxious for his turn on mail call. And when we get here, we really want to make the most of every second. So let's stop the talk and start the tune, and it's I Never Knew. I've been running in circles while playing the game of pretending. I didn't realize I wasn't wise what love could do. Now I'm facing a future that hasn't that one happy ending. And I'm a fool, I guess, to confess it all to you. I never knew I could love anybody, honey, like I'd love in you. I didn't realize what a pair of eyes and a baby smile could do. I can't sleep, I can't eat, I never knew a single soul could be so sweet, for I never knew I could love anybody, honey, like I'm loving you. I can't sleep and I can't eat, I never knew a single soul could be so sweet, for I never knew I could love anybody, honey, like I'm loving you. Honey, like I'm loving you.
Hello, fighting men of the United Nations. This is Jose Iturbi. For many years, I have been privileged to appear as concert pianist and conductor before the most distinguished audiences. But the most exciting performance of my career happened a few months ago. And I wasn't even there. I learned about it from a naval officer who had just returned from action in the South Pacific. He was on board of an American fighting ship which had sunk several enemy naval vessels. He told me that one group of men, while at their battle stations waiting for contact with the enemy, played a portable phonograph to relieve the tension. I cannot tell you how proud I was to learn that some of my records were among those played. Tonight, that ship is on the high seas again, and I hope those men are listening, because I would like to dedicate a number to them. I have chosen Sevillana by Albeni.
Mr. Turby. That was really beautiful.
Thank you, Judy. I'm glad you like it.
I've always admired your artistry, Mr. Turby. I've listened to you in Carnegie Hall and on record.
I'm honored, Judy.
There's only one thing. I've been thinking that I'd like to, well...
What?
Well, I don't know how to say it.
And now, I'll wait it, Judy. After all, we are all friends. You can be frank.
Thanks. Well...
Yes?
Well, don't you think you're a little bit long hair?
Long hair? What do you mean, Judy?
Don't you ever want to let yourself go at the keyboard?
Let myself go?
Get groovy.
Groovy?
Sure. Make with a jive.
You know something, Judy? All my life, I have dreamed of changing my piano style so that I wouldn't have to wear those awful stiff, starched wing collars every time I play.
Well, Boogie Woogie's the answer. Honest, Mr. Turby, I dreamed about it myself only last night. Get this picture. Carnegie Hall, opening night, thousands of people. Slowly the house lights dim. There's a moment's hush. Everyone's waiting, eyes on stage. Then you come out. A burst of applause. You sit down at the piano, and you start to play. Then you stop. Perhaps it was something that hit me. Perhaps it was something I ate. But out of the blue, I dreamed I met you. And you said to me, "Hiya, Gate." Millions have heard you play Chopin. The critics applaud and approve, but millions more would simply adore to hear you get in the groove, to hear you get in the groove. I said to hear you get in the groove.
This is really fascinating. Tell me, how can I get in the groove? Gate?
Well, Mr. Turby, you take your left hand and you pound out an 8 beat. Da 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 da. That's it, you got it. Now double the octave. Now you take your right hand and you go like this.
Like this?
Now roll it, that's the idea. Boy, there's nothing long hair about that, Mr. Turby. Now you're really cooking with Sterno.
Judy, I think you have given me a musical haircut. Well, Professor, let's hit it.
You won't believe it, you'll think it's a dream to hear 'em ripping it right on the beat. But when you hear trumpets give out a call, you'll know the joint is really jumping down at Carnegie Hall. Instead of stars they play Irving Berlin. Instead of drums it's begin the begin. Those classic Aggies that do for a fall, cause the joint is really jumping down at Carnegie Hall. They're playing T-Triata, T-Triata, with Shostakovich, T-Triata, T-Triata, Mozart and Bach, T-Triata, T-Triata, and they don't know it, cause anything can happen when they start to rock. The Philharmonics were so dignified, but now they're groovy and starting to rise. Handel and Haydn are facing the wall, cause the joint is really jumping down at Carnegie Hall. They swing everything with a ding dong, and when the lights are here, slam a beat, it's a rebeat that starts with the tooth with a root tooth. That's a bit of alright, and even Joey Turby's getting hip. He's hip. Boy, Tchaikovsky would really be hurt to
to hear him jiving his canopy shirt. Beethoven buggy, he can't hear at all, 'cause the joint is really jumping. The joint is really jumping. The joint is really jumping, and I mean it's on the Carnegie Hall.
Hello again, men. This is Groucho Marx and family.
Groucho, what do you mean, family?
Well, Bill, when you asked me to appear in this program, I thought it would be a nice gesture if I brought my mother along.
Oh, well, that is a nice gesture, Groucho.
Thanks, Bill. Well, fellas, I don't like to brag about my mother, but I think she represents the typical American mother, and I'd like you to meet her. Mom! Oh, Mom! Would you please come out here to the mic? Oh, Mom! Gentlemen, this is my mother. Gentlemen, this is my mother, Mrs. Betty Grable Marx. Betty, I mean Mom. Mom is blushing. It's been many years since the fellows whistled at her.
Hello, everybody. It's awfully nice to be here.
Mom, I'd like you to meet our announcer, Bill Wolf Goodwin.
My, what a cute little fellow.
Oh, please, Miss Grable, put me down.
That's not even in the script.
And how would you like to be my son, Mr. Goodwin?
Yeah, Bill, how would you like to have her for your mother?
Well, I'd like it, and so would my father.
Yes, and so would your grandfather. I'm sure glad I brought you down here with me, Mom. Don't forget, fellas, write to your mother. But don't write to my mother. Look, Bill, isn't she everything I said she was and more?
Yeah, more. But, Groucho, isn't she a little young to be your mother?
Mr. Goodwin, haven't you ever seen a 23-year-old mother before?
Well, yes, but not with a 4F son.
I'm really a 5G. Fellow with two heads. Well, Mom, how do you like being here talking to the men in our armed forces all over the world?
Oh, it's wonderful, Junior. I'm just sorry that I can't be right there to kiss them all good night.
Oh, they don't need you. The first sergeant takes care of them.
Oh, gee, I'd like to have someone kiss me goodnight.
Oh, are you lonesome, Mr. Goodwin?
Look, Mom, don't worry about him. He's strong enough to take care of himself. I'm the one who needs babying. You know, Mom, when I look at you, I can never understand why Father left you.
You know, Junior, I'm glad he's gone.
You think he'll ever come back, and what can I do to keep him away?
Well, why did he leave in the first place?
Well, I don't know. You see, right after I adopted Groucho, my husband became insanely jealous.
Yes, and for nothing at all. It all started one day when he walked into my nursery and overheard me telling Mumsy to take out more insurance on him.
And he left home just for that?
Well, that and the fact that I was smoking his cigars.
Oh, now, wait, Groucho. Were you smoking cigars when you were a baby?
Well, just little cigars, you know. There's nothing like a good cigar after a bottle of warm milk. I used to love to drink my milk and then curdle up in my mother's lap.
Oh, now, isn't that silly? Imagine my husband being jealous of a little baby like Groucho.
Well, Mom, maybe it's best that he left. After all, he did worry you a lot. Why, overnight your hair turned prematurely blonde.
Groucho, I'd like to adopt Bill Goodwin.
You do a thing like that and I'll leave home. And I'll take you with me.
Now, Groucho, I'd love to be alone with you for a few minutes.
Betty, what woman wouldn't? I took an awful chance with that line.
Groucho, do you think we could get rid of BILLGOODWIN?
Oh, that's easy. Listen, Bill, if you leave us alone for a few minutes, I'll buy you some ICEKREAM.
Oh, all right, I'll go. You don't have to bribe me with cigars.
Well, that takes care of him. Now, Betty, what's on your mind? I know what's on mine.
Well, I don't know how to tell you this, Groucho, but, well, there's something burning inside of me that I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. Groucho, it's love.
Betty, you've made me the happiest man in the whole world.
Well, but Groucho, you see,
If I'd only known, I'd have worn my toupee.
Well, I've got bad news for you, Groucho. It isn't you.
I've got bad news for you, too, Betty. I haven't got a toupee. That's a funny switch, huh?
You know, you're sort of a legendary character, and I understand an expert on love.
I'm a Vine Street Casanova. Well, Betty, I should be an expert on love. I roomed with Tommy Manville for 3 years.
The room must have been awfully crowded.
There's an answer to that, but I can't use it. Now, Betty, what would you like to know about love?
Well, now, look, I've been going with a fellow for a long time, and I can't get him to pop the question.
Betty, perhaps he doesn't love you.
Love me? Why, he's crazy about me. He comes to see me every night.
Does he come alone, or does he bring his wife?
Now, you know I wouldn't go out with a married man.
Well, if you get married, you'll have to go out with a married man. Well, why go out with a married man and break up your home? No, Betty, my advice to you is to marry a single fellow.
But he is a single man, Groucho.
I'm sorry, Betty, but if you want me to be of any assistance, you'll have to tell me everything. Now, why don't you take me through a typical evening at home with your boyfriend? Tell me everything.
Well, all right. Now, let's see. At 8 o'clock, our doorbell rings.
I know. Everybody hides. You think it's the landlord.
I rush over to the door, and there he is, that big hunk of man. I usher him into the living room, and we sit on the couch.
Doesn't he say hello?
He looks at me for a half hour, then I look at him for a half hour.
Well, there's an hour shot to pieces. Now what happens?
Well, after that, he tells me all the things he's been doing at the office during the day.
There goes another hour. Now, during this dreary palaver, does he have his arm around you?
No, he can't. My father is sitting on the couch.
That shouldn't stop him from putting his arm around you.
But Father is sitting between us.
Where's your mother?
Oh, well, she went with my brother over to his girl's house.
Your folks certainly trust you, kids. Now, tell me, what happens around 9:30?
Around 9:30, Father takes an apple out of his pocket and starts to polish it.
Does he blow on it first?
Then Charlie sees the moon shining through the window.
You mean Charlie is still awake?
And he suggests that we go out into the garden and sit on the bench.
That's the first smart move he's made. Now, when you're seated on the bench in the garden, does Charlie put his arm around you?
No, he can't. Father is still sitting between us.
Why? What happened to the apple?
But Charlie and I just love it there in the garden. It's so peaceful and quiet. The stars are dancing in the sky, and the moon is shining down on Father's apple.
Doesn't your old man wear a hat?
And the only sound that breaks the stillness of the night is the sound of the frogs as they croak.
I bet Charlie'd like to hear your old man do that.
Now it's about 10:30, and Charlie takes off his gloves.
You know, Charlie sounds like a pretty hot lover. I'll bet by 11 he'll take his hat off.
Then we go back into the house. You see, Father is getting pretty cold.
I imagine by this time Charlie's getting pretty cold, too.
Now, when we get back in the living room, we all sit down on the couch. Then Father gets bored and starts to yawn.
Are you sure he's bored?
Yes, because by this time Mother has joined us. Oh, yes, and my brother, too.
Must be pretty crowded on the couch by now. Tell me, what happened to Charlie?
Charlie's sitting on the floor, polishing Father's apple.
How long has his apple been in the family?
Oh, I don't know, Groucho, but I wish you could tell me how I can get Charlie to marry me.
Betty, the solution is very simple. Put your mother and father on the couch. Put your brother on relief. Send Charlie to the fruit store for a bag of apples. Give the apples to your father, pull the bag over Charlie's head, and don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me.
Hey, gang. Listen, if we don't close this letter, we'll miss the mail. We better all sign it so we can seal the envelope.
I'll put down my Jan Hancock, or my Groucho Marx to be more exact. Yours very truly, John Hancock.
And this is Mrs. Hancock. Fellas, here's a little something I wish I could deliver to each one of you in person. It goes like this. Love, Betty Grable.
Yes, ma'am. There are many ways to sign letters. I like to make mine a musical one at the piano, like this. Very sincerely, Jose Turby.
Well, Mr. Turby, that goes for all of us. You know, fellas, we get to sign this letter to you, but actually, we're just holding the pen for your folks and your girlfriend and your kid sister. So I'll sign yours with love. 131,999,999 folks at home, plus Judy Garland.
This is Bill Goodwin saying that's all for mail call this trip. Another letter from home will be coming your way the next time you hear... Mail Call is produced for you servicemen of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.